Hello, everybody. Welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. How is everybody doing today? Hello, everybody. All right. Welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Okay, I got to echo somewhere. I got it. How is everybody doing today? Where am I playing it? Hello, everybody. Where is it playing? Huh. I got to figure out where this is playing. I've got that down. That's unmuted. Hold on. It's the day after Christmas, December 26th. I got to figure out where this is playing. I've got that down. Ah, there it is. Hold on. Okay. Sorted that out. So, welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. I hope everybody had a good day off yesterday. It was Christmas. And let me move this over a little. You see our leg lamp? Tweak. Is our leg lamp up there? That was our one and only Christmas decoration. But hope you guys had a good day. Audio was good. Thank you, therapist. Appreciate it. C. Morales, hello. I wish I took off too. I'm not ready to work this morning. Yeah. Oh, yeah, OnlyFans. How are you feeling? Oh, your cold cleared up? Good. Glad to hear that. Nothing worse than having a cold around this time of year. Oh, I got kitty fur on me. I'm sure I have a lot of kitty fur on me. Gordon, how you doing? Julie, therapist you know. I go back to work on the 2nd. All right, so Thursday and Friday you're going to go back. Kathy Smith, good morning. Dreama Landry, how are you? Lovely Beth. Erica, nice to see you. Kathy, thank you for joining us. Holly, hello, hello. So good to see everybody in the chat. Fala and Little Miss, thank you for joining us. Hope you guys had a good day off yesterday. Rescue Puppies and Jeff Taylor, hello. Brat, thank you for joining us. All right, so we are going to pick up on day 2 of New Hampshire versus Guerrero, OnlyFans. Am I trying to sign in? Oh, that's how long it took to come in. It just came in. All right, so we're picking up on New Hampshire versus Guerrero, OnlyFans Stalker in Attic. So Mauricio Guerrero was 20 years old back in, I guess, 2022, so 2 years ago. This trial took place in 2023 of May, so we're doing a rewatch because all the courts are closed. If you're watching this, 6 months from now, all the courts are closed this time of year, so that's why we're doing rewatches. So Mauricio connected with this woman, Rachel, on OnlyFans or OnlyFans, not to be confused with OnlyFan. And they developed a relationship. He visited her a couple times. They had consensual connections. Oh, hold on. I see a kitty coming in. Here, buddy. Come in. Come on. Yo. Come on. Come on. Really? Oh. It's going to play hard to get. It's going to play hard to get. All right, he'll come in at some point, I'm sure. That's Rafa, for those that don't know. All right, so they got together, they hooked up a couple times, and then she kind of got tired of him, I guess, or didn't like the way that the relationship was going, so she told him no. And he showed up a couple times unannounced, broke into their house. She was living with her mom, and she has a 2-year-old son. And so we watched day 1. We heard from Sergeant Lefevre, Victoria, who was Rachel's mom, and then Captain Sunderland, who actually interviewed Mauricio. Sergeant Lefevre arrested Mauricio, and then we also heard from Mom, Victoria. So let's get started on day 2, New Hampshire versus Mauricio Guerrero. I'm going to pip squeege myself down into the corner here. Oops. And there's no closed captioning on this, so It's going to be a little tough to hear. I'll do my best with the audio, because this audio is a little wonky. Okay. All right, here we go. Day 2.
Just to make a brief record on the excusal of juror number 8. She reported this morning having some personal family experience with the issues that have been developing in this case. She, quite frankly, apologized just a moment ago in chambers for not bringing it up on Monday, but she didn't really understand that those were the issues involved in the case, and I can understand that the way the case is charged. So anyway, she was very apologetic, as was I, and she perfectly understood it's an issue that is very recent in her family and did tend to evoke some emotions on her part. Although she felt that she could still be impartial, she was, I would say, was uncertain about that. So she has been excused. All right, and that was at the defense did ask for excusal as well. All right, so with that, we will bring in the jury. And as the jury's coming in, I can say as well, I did ask her not to say anything to the other jurors. She said, she assured me she has not, and they haven't seen each other.
All rise.
Good morning. Captain Sunderland, you can resume the witness stand, and as the witness is coming back to the witness stand this morning, ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, you will notice that juror number 8 is, she has been excused from further service. No need to speculate as to why. It was a decision that I made after consulting with her and with the attorneys, but there's no need to speculate. You'll just go about your duties in the case. All right, so Captain Sunderland, just remind you that you are under oath, and I believe we're on cross-examination at this point?
No, we were still on direct.
Oh, you were still on direct. Well.
Captain Sunderland, before we get into the messages, there are a couple of things I wanted to go over with you. First is this. This is States 44. Can you tell me what that is?
This is the Supreme pry bar that was taken out of Mauricio's truck. It was on the passenger side floor.
Anything unique about the color of the pry bar?
It's red.
I asked the ID be stricken and it's entered as a full exhibit.
Okay.
All right, no objection to 44. It's a full exhibit.
Another item I wanted to ask you about was when you were speaking to the defendant, did you learn where he was from?
Yes.
Where was that?
Bensalem, Pennsylvania.
And do you know approximately the distance to Bensalem, Pennsylvania?
It's about 350 miles, if I remember correctly.
Approximately the length of that drive.
5.5 to 7 hours, depending on traffic and.
So next I want to ask you about some of the messages that you located in the defendant's phone. And first, how would you describe the extent of the messages between the defendant and Rachel?
There were thousands.
Okay. So rather than get into those thousands, I'm going to narrow it down to the days leading up to his arrest. Can you tell me what this is? This is States 46.
So States 46 is going to be the text messages from Mauricio's phone number to Rachel's phone number.
And then states 47.
States 47 is text messages from Mauricio's Hotmail, which I think was coming from his phone, to the phone number of 620-244-8567.
During your investigation, did you identify who that number belonged to?
Yeah, it was Rachel's.
And do you know what platform she was using to use that number?
I don't remember.
Okay. But these are the messages between the two anyway, on those two different platforms.
Yes.
Can I strike ID from 46 and 47 and enter them as full?
No objection.
No objection? All right, there being no objection, there'll be full exhibits.
So we're going to go through those messages. It's going to take some time, and we'll start with states 47, and we will read along. Can you first just tell me, states 47, where, what date those messages start?
These messages start on February 8th, 2022 at 11:43 in the morning.
To the extent this can be seen. Jury box. Let's go through them. So, starting on page 1, you want to just start going through.
The first message is from Rachel's phone number, and it's to Mauricio saying, hey. The next message is again from her saying, call me. The next message, right now. Mauricio responds, no, leave me alone. Rachel replies, no, it's fucking important. Mauricio replies, what? What now? Rachel responds, call me now, please. Mauricio replies, no. His next message is, leave me alone. Rachel says, dude, what the fuck? Mauricio says, I'm done with you. Rachel says, I have to tell you something serious. Mauricio says, what? Just tell me here. Rachel says, no, FaceTime me. Mauricio says, I'm at work and can't talk much. Rachel says, no, FaceTime me, please. Mauricio says, leave me TF alone. Rachel says, I promise I won't ask again. Mauricio says, no, stop. Rachel says, fine. Rachel says, bye then. Mauricio says, I'm trying to get over you. And bye. Rachel says, I just want to see your face. Mauricio says, ha, LOL. Rachel says, I know you're here. Mauricio says, look at my Insta then, or my old pics I sent you. Then he says, what? And then his next message is, TF are you talking about? Rachel says, you're here. Again, Mauricio replies, what? Rachel says, in New Hampshire. Mauricio says, I'm not. Rachel says, yes, you are. Mauricio says, I'm at work. RM, didn't I tell you? Rachel says, I hope you are. Mauricio says, I am. Rachel says, come over. Mauricio says, TF. And his next message is no. Again, Rachel says, come over. Her next message is, okay, bye. Mauricio says, I'm not driving 5 hours. His next message is, and then when I get there, you'll say, oh no, I can't come out. Rachel says, just FaceTime me quick, you poopy head. Mauricio says, same BS every time. His next message is no, and the next message is, I don't want to see you. Rachel says, okay. Mauricio says, plus, what were you calling me poopy head? Didn't you hate me or some? Bye, Felicia. And his next message is, stop playing with me. He next responds with, listen, I'm sorry I'm acting like this, but it's for our own good. Rachel says, I mean, you text me first. Rachel says, but okay. Mauricio says, but who texted me last week? His next message is, and called me. That was last week, I haven't since, is what Rachel responds with. Mauricio says, but who said I love you on FaceTime last week? Rachel's reply is FaceTime me. Mauricio says no. He goes on to say, if you want to see my face, then look at my old pics I sent you. Then he sends a pic. His next message is, here's a pic from 2 hours ago. He follows that up with when I was taking a shower. Rachel says, I don't want a pic. Mauricio says, IDC. Rachel says, okay, goodbye then forever. Mauricio says, ha, LOL. His next message is bye. Rachel's next message is, I was just making sure you didn't break into my house or something because my door looked weird. Rachel's next message is, I want nothing to do with you. Mauricio responds, then stop texting me then. His next message is, and listen, I got business to take care of and I don't have time to drive up there for a girl who doesn't like me anymore. His next message is, and hates me. Rachel's response is, dude, you fucking said you were gonna show up last week, but the snow stopped you. Her next message, you said you were gonna just walk around my fucking neighborhood. Her next message was, like you scare me. Mauricio responds, I only said that BC, you were like, oh my God, like, excuse me. I only said that BC, you were like, oh my God, you like me anymore, and you're not obsessed with me anymore. And I only said it to please you. Mauricio's next message is, goodbye, Rachel, and good luck in life. And his final message is, Rachel, I'm sorry for being an asshole, for being pushy, and everything else. I think I did or said to you, I truly am, and I just want to leave things off in peace between us. I don't want us to hate each other. I'm just asking for your forgiveness.
All of these messages, fair to say they occur between just before noon and 1:45 on the 8th.
Yes, the first message is 11:43 in the morning. The last message is on 2/8/22 at 1:43 in the afternoon.
And the defendant is saying, or I guess refusing to confirm that he's in New Hampshire.
I'm object.
Sustained. It's leading.
Does the defendant, or does Mauricio acknowledge being in New Hampshire during the messages?
No.
And what is significant to you about that time frame that these messages were sent in?
Mauricio is clearly in New Hampshire. I believe, in fact, he was in Somersworth during those times.
And how long had he been?
Yes.
All right, so yeah, it took me a moment because it seemed like Rachel was like, egging him on. I'm like, why would she be doing that? But now I get it. This happened February 8th between 11:43 a.m. and 1:43 p.m. So it sounds like she's trying to find out where the heck he is. It sounds like she might know that he's in the house or something's going on. So it seems like she's trying to lure him into FaceTiming so she can see exactly where he is. So that's where I'm getting that. Now that makes sense, if that truly is the case, which it seems like it is.
You guys, did the defendant tell you he had been in New Hampshire that entire time frame?
Yes,
Eventually.
yes.
And were you able to find data in his phone that confirmed that he had been in New Hampshire during that time frame?
Yes.
And the data in his phone, how long had he been in New Hampshire for by the time he sent those messages? From what you know from the defendant's phone?
I believe he got to New Hampshire on the 7th around 5 in the morning. On February 7th around 5 in the morning.
So if we're talking about around noon on the 8th, how long at the time would that be?
30 hours, I think.
Now moving on to, remind me of the number on that.
46.
States 46. Again, just what are those?
These are text messages from Mauricio's phone number to Rachel's phone number.
Okay, same exercise, we're just gonna go through them.
These messages start,
Oh, I'm sorry, let me preface that with a question. Can you tell me the messages I had indicated on that first page when they were sent?
the first messages were sent on February 1st, 22 at 12:07.
In the next page, is there a gap between them? Time gap?
Yes,
Okay, and how long is that time gap?
7 days.
Okay, so we'll go through the last messages that were sent on the first, and then the ones after the time gap on the 8th. Go ahead.
So the messages from the first?
Yeah.
So the three messages from February 1st are, the first being at 12:07. Yeah, I'm just glad you're happy now. The next, Mauricio says, yeah, I'm just glad you're happy now. Rachel says, I'm not. Mauricio says, I'm sorry to hear about that. Then the messages begin again on February 8th, 22 at 0040 hours. Mauricio says, hey. Then he says, sorry, I didn't mean to text you. Rachel responds with, okay. Rachel's next message is, don't show up here. Mauricio responds, okay, I was gonna check up on how you were. Rachel says, are you here? Mauricio says, no, TF. Rachel says, yeah, well, I'm fine, thanks. Mauricio responds, I can't do this to myself anymore. Rachel's reply is good, and her next message, goodbye. Mauricio says, what's with the attitude? Rachel responds, dude. Her next message is, can you stop? Mauricio replies, what? His next message, you literally called me last week saying I love you. Rachel's response, yep, I was drunk. Mauricio's reply, yeah, that's kind of a fucked up thing to say to someone a week later after saying, I hate you and shit. Rachel responds, boo-hoo. Her next message, I hate you. Her next message, you're literally an asshole. Mauricio replies, WTF. His next message, what did I do? And his next message, after everything I've told you and done for you, I did a couple of mistakes and now I'm an asshole. Rachel says, Mao, move on. Mauricio's reply, okay, I'm trying, okay? Mauricio's next message is, it's fucking hard for me to do so. Rachel says, well, you have to. Mauricio, I fucking fell hard for you. Mauricio's next message, I was accepting to move on and then you literally messed up my mind up last week. Rachel's reply, okay. Rachel's next message, yet you said you were gonna come here again before I even text you. Rachel's next message is, so stop trying to blame me. Rachel responds again, you just have, just leave me alone. Mauricio responds, wait, what? His next message, questioned, yet you said you were gonna come here again before I even text you. Rachel replies, you fucking said on the phone while we were talking that her next message is that you were going to show up, and her next message is, but the snow. Her next message, so don't even start. Mauricio's reply, OMG, you literally getting sad and shit and saying why I'm not obsessed with you anymore. Rachel's message, I just don't car. Rachel says, I'm blocking you. Mauricio responds, fine. His next message, you literally ruined me. Rachel responds, no I didn't. Her next message, we talked for a month and had sex once.
Sorry, just 1 second. We seem to be having technical difficulties. What page is the bottom of that?
It doesn't have page numbers, but I can give you the date and times.
Sure.
February 8th, 2022, 9:13 a.m.
What's the last message you read?
The last message I read was from Rachel at 9:13. No, I didn't.
Okay. Sorry about that.
So Rachel says, no, I didn't. She says, we talked for a month and had sex once. Rachel says, you did that to yourself. Mauricio responds, how, huh? Rachel replies, I'm not taking shit from anyone anymore, including you. Rachel says, I haven't done shit to you. Rachel continues, goodbye. Her next message, I'm not feeling guilty for hooking up with you and not wanting something afterwards. Her next message, I didn't fucking ruin you. You got feelings for me, and that's that. Mauricio responds, yeah, and you played with my feelings too. His next message, you knew I was falling for you, and instead IDK, maybe not saying stuff like, I love you, or literally blocking me for good. You kept on doing the same shit for a week.
I'm going to stop you right there for a second. Is there a gap between that message and the next one?
There is.
Okay. Can you just give me the time gap?
There is.
What is the time gap?
That message is at 9:15 in the morning. The next message is from Mauricio on the same date at 2:09 in the afternoon.
Where do the other messages we read fit into that time frame?
I don't know without looking at those messages. So the ones for between the two phone numbers that I was reading a moment ago stop on February 8th at 9:15 in the morning. Then she starts texting him from another phone number at 11:43. Those messages from the second phone number continue until 1:43, same day, and these messages pick up again at 2:09.
So just to summarize, their texting on the 603 number moved to a different platform, the ones we discovered earlier, and then they come back to this 603 number.
Yes.
You can continue.
So his next message is, Rachel, I'm sorry for being an asshole, for being pushy, and everything else I did or said to you. I truly am, and I just want to leave things off in peace between us. I don't want us to hate each other. I'm just asking for forgiveness. Rachel responds, okay. Mauricio replies, okay. Then says, do you still wish you never met me? Then he asks, or then he says, I still jerk off to your pics. At 2100, Rachel responds, hello? Then she says, hello again. Mauricio says, hey. Rachel asks him, want to FaceTime in a bit? Mauricio says, sure. Rachel replies, word. Then she says, bye. Mauricio says, hold up. His next message is, on the phone with my mom. Rachel responds, cool, I think I'm literally in love with you. Mauricio says, please don't say that. Rachel responds, I don't do this on purpose. I don't know what's wrong with IDK, what's wrong with my head? Rachel says, it's so hard. Then she says, I'm going fucking crazy. Mauricio responds, what's wrong? He says, tell me, I'm here for you. Rachel says, you're just the only one that makes me happy and feel special. Mauricio says, well, you are special to me and anyone you meet in your life. Rachel says, yes, but like no one makes me feel how you do. Rachel says, you actually like. Her next message is IDK. Her next message, I'm just drinking alone once again because it's the only time I actually feel something. Mauricio says, all I want for you is to be happy, and I feel like you deserve so much more in this shitty world. Mauricio says, can we FT? Rachel responds, I just want to cry. Mauricio asks why. He says, talk to me, Rachel. He says, IK, you're probably drunk and you're going to hate me tomorrow, but you're special, and IDK, what's going on in your life right now? But I would love to help you out in any way possible because I don't want to see you suffer like this anymore, and I want things to go our way. Rachel responds, I just wish you were here. Mauricio says, me too. Mauricio asks, can you answer with a question mark? Rachel says, I don't want to talk, RN. Mauricio says, okay, LMK if anything changes your mind. Mauricio says, hey. Then he asks, how are you feeling? Mauricio says, I want to be there, RN. He next says, can talk RN on the phone with my mom. Rachel says, K. Mauricio says, hey, don't be mad. The next message is redacted. Mauricio says, if I was there, RN, what would you do? His next message is wow. The next message from Mauricio is redacted. Rachel responds with dude. Rachel says your, and the remainder of that message is redacted. Mauricio says you with an asterisk. Mauricio says, nice grammar, LOL. And Mauricio says, I'm outside. Rachel says, are you? Her next message is, because I'll be so happy. Mauricio says, yes. Rachel says, fuck you. Her next message, you made me happy. Her next message, you're actually an asshole for that. Mauricio says, what I am. Rachel says, yeah, no, you aren't. Rachel says, that's just mean. Mauricio replies, I mean, if I was, would it even be possible for me to come in? Rachel says, no, dude, like, huh? Rachel says, are you? With a series of question marks. Rachel says, call me. Mauricio says, no. Rachel says, fuck you. Her next message, actually, fuck you for that. Mauricio says, with my mom RN on the phone. His next message, what, why? Rachel says, I never want to ducking talk to you again. Mauricio says, why are you mad? His next message, simply the name Rachel. Rachel says, you're a fucking asshole. Her next message, don't say you're here. Mauricio responds, do you actually want me there? Rachel's next message is like fuck toy. Her next message is no, fuck you. Mauricio responds, Rachel, tell me if you actually want me there. Rachel's reply, you're just a manipulative person. Rachel's next message is goodbye. Mauricio responds, no, wait. Rachel replies, dude, IDK what to do. Her next message, I have Weston. Her next message, I'm gonna shower. And then her next message, and I can come say hi, Wick. Mauricio says, okay. Rachel says, but like legit, I can't even stay long. Rachel says, line IDK, why you do this? Rachel says, you know I can't just leave. Mauricio says, okay. Mauricio says, IDK, me neither. Rachel responds, pull up to that fire hydrant. Rachel says, but a little past it. Her next message, because it's illegal to park there. Rachel's next message, but legit, I have 5 minutes, like IDK, why you do this? Mauricio responds, here with a question mark. Rachel replies, no. Her next message, park in front of that black car. Her next message, I'm literally in my robe. Her next message, so. Rachel's next message, I have ducking 5 min, dude. Mauricio responds, Mauricio responds, okay. Rachel says, give me a second, I gotta check PH him. Mauricio says, okay, take your time. Rachel says, I'm literally coming in my robe. Mauricio says, it's cold, Ash. Rachel says, oh, I see you leaving. Mauricio says, yeah. Rachel replies, see ya. Her next message, I mean, you knew this. And her next message, I can't leave him. Mauricio replies, okay. Rachel responds, I'm so horny. Mauricio says, me too. Rachel says, well. Her next message, IDK. And her next message, night. Mauricio replies with night. His next message, driving RN. And Rachel responds, you really left? Mauricio says yes. He says yeah. Rachel says, well, her next response by Mauricio says, WTF. His next response, why are you mad? Rachel says, I just wanted to fuck. Mauricio says, me too. Mauricio's next message is, do you want me to come back? Rachel says, no. Her next message, it's whatever. And her next message, I should sleep anyway. Mauricio says, no, I want to go back. Mauricio's next message, give me 30 minutes and that's it. Rachel says, no. Her next message, I have a son. Her next message is, dude. Mauricio responds, okay, I'm sorry. Rachel replies, did I at least make it somewhat worth it? Mauricio says, yeah. Mauricio's next message, making out with you was worth it. Rachel says, K. Rachel says, her next message says goodbye. And her next message, I'm blocking, why now? Mauricio asks why. Then he responds, WTF. And his next message, wow. Rachel says, oh, come on. Her next reply, like, no. She responds again, I'm sleeping. Her next message is, dude, this is my mother's house. Her next message, I'm actually pissed off. Mauricio replies, sorry. Rachel says, no, you're ducking not. Her next message, it's not just one my stupid apartments. Rachel says, this is my fucking mom's house. Her next message, you can't just show up here. Excuse me. Mauricio replies, IK, but I didn't go near it. His next response, listen, if you want, just block me and go to sleep. And then his next response, but you looked really beautiful, TN. Rachel replies, I had no makeup. Mauricio, and with a question mark? Rachel says, did I look like shit? Mauricio says, no. His next message, you looked fucking hot. And he responds again, especially with that robe. Rachel says, ew. Rachel's next message is, in sleeping. Mauricio says, stop. Rachel says, don't ever come here again. Mauricio says, don't put yourself down like that. Rachel says, I'm honestly so upset you just think that you have the right to do that. Mauricio says, well, you told me you'd be happy. Rachel's response, this isn't my ducking place. She says next, it's my mom's. And after that, she says, and I hate you for that. Mauricio's next message is, IK, I fucked up. Rachel says, don't ever come here again. Her next message is, I'm blocking you. Mauricio's responds, I won't. Rachel says, I'm ducking done. Mauricio says, goodbye, Rachel. Rachel says, no, I'm done. She responds next with, I'm blocking you for good. Mauricio says, okay. Mauricio's next message is goodbye. And then his next message is, are you still up? Rachel's next message is at 4:16 in the morning. Are you in my fucking house? Rachel sends a next message that's a series of question marks. Rachel's next message is, I'm calling the cops. Her next message, if you don't answer right now. Rachel sends another message with a series of question marks, then another with a series of question marks, and another message with a single question mark. And her last message is 0433. I just fucking saw you.
So, excuse me, there are some gaps in times between some of these messages, is that right?
There are.
Okay, like between the goodbye when they're arguing back and forth and him asking her if she's still up, can you just tell the difference in time there?
Yeah, so Mauricio says goodbye at 0057. So that's 57 minutes past midnight. At 1:51 in the morning, he asks, "Are you still up?"
So that's about an hour later?
Just about, yes.
Okay. And then the next message, you said at 4:15, so how much longer is that between when he asked if she was still up and she didn't respond?
2 hours and 20 minutes, approximately.
And then there's another message where they're talking about her coming out, and she says, "I'm literally coming out in my robe." He says, "It's cold ash." She says, "I have ducking 5 minutes, dude. I gotta check on him." Correct page, clearly. And then he can stop. She talks about she can see his car leaving. Do you know roughly the time frame between those messages? It's, "Give me a second, I gotta check on him," and then, "Oh, I see you leaving."
So she says, "Give me a second, I gotta check on him," at 2 minutes past midnight. And then, "Oh, I see you leaving," at 40 minutes past midnight.
So that's about 38-minute time difference.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that consistent with the time frame and the length of time that the defendant told you he and Rachel met in his truck?
It is.
So during the gap between February 1st and February 8th, when the messages resumed, at any point does the defendant inform Rachel that he's in New Hampshire?
Can you ask that again?
During the break in the time frame between February 1st and when the messages resumed on February 8th, did he ever inform her that he had been in New Hampshire as early as the 7th?
No.
Roughly what time of day on the 8th did he first let her know that he was in fact in New Hampshire? And by that I mean morning, afternoon,
It was
evening.
definitely the afternoon or evening.
Aaron, did you want to give an instruction about what we had talked about?
Yes. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, as you were reviewing some of the text messages, the Captain Sunderland pointed out that there were some redactions. Those redactions are either by agreement or by my order that it contains evidence that's simply not relevant to the case, and so I had it blacked out. You're not to speculate in any way about what was redacted, and you are to take only the evidence that was presented to you. Thank you.
The last thing I want to talk about with you is again from your download of the phone. When you were going through that download, did you locate anything of note in the notes section?
I did. There was a note in the section that was very relevant to this case.
I'll show you what's been marked as 22 for identification. you tell me what that is?
This is a printout of the note with the data of where it was stored in the device and the title. This being the note that I found in his phone.
And can you tell me when he accessed this note? Looking at the metadata that you went through in the phone?
Not from this, but I think that would be contained in my report.
Seeing a copy of your report, remember?
Yes.
Right here. There you go.
So the phone indicated under the application usage that he accessed the notepad on February 9th, 2022 at 3:23 in the morning and again at 4:05 in the morning.
After you had done the initial download and returned his phone to him, and then you did the second download to see if anything had been deleted, did you notice anything about what happened to the note?
Yes, the note was marked for deletion, but it was still present in the device. It hadn't been deleted yet by the device.
So the device didn't delete it, but the user did. Is that accurate?
Yes, so he would have marked it, he would have deleted it, and then the device will delete it when it deletes it. And it hadn't got to that yet, so it was still present in the device.
I asked the ID be struck from states 22, entered as a full exhibit.
Any objection to 22?
No objection.
So the ID is stricken.
Just hang on to that for a second. We're just gonna have you read through that note.
Just the body of it, ma'am?
Yes, not the metadata on top.
The summary?
Yes.
So the summary begins with 492-1354, white Jeep 4x4. The body of the message is free message, unable to send message, message blocking is active. And then again it repeats the summary of 492-1354, white Jeep 4x4. It next says she likes aquariums and aquatic life and bowling. Then it says go to her house, then put tracker on car with, it says lock pick her house, find her room and get her stuff and get my shit back. It says get a key copy, put microphones and stuff to hear her. There's this piece that's redacted, and then it says log into her phone, hopefully. Natasha lived near Beachstone by the pool, and Cassie lives in across from that bar in Portsmouth. It says make sure to be very careful and sneakful around her home. IDK how? Remember, get her phone and open it and unblock me on everything. And then it says Weston Nunes, born in 2018, September 19, and a phone number, 603-988-4346, Nate Wilson.
Who is Weston Nunes?
Weston Nunes is Rachel's child.
And that phone number on the bottom, does that have any significance to you?
Yes,
What was that?
that's the phone number that was on her lock screen at 3:39 in the morning when he took a picture of the lock screen. It showed us 2 missed calls.
So that would be States 32, this photograph,
Yes, ma'am.
that number at the bottom there.
Yes, ma'am.
So something you could see if you were to simply turn the phone on or active.
Yes.
Captain, those are the questions that I have for you. Sure, defense will have to do.
Thank you. So Attorney Starbranch, you can begin your cross-examination.
Thank you. Morning, Captain.
Good morning.
Nice to see you again.
You too, sir.
I'm gonna ask you a couple questions. You've done this before.
Yes, sir.
Just to sort of ask questions to follow up on some of the things Attorney Rob was asking. She was asking about, does it seem like Mauricio's letting her know that he's in New Hampshire when in fact he's in New Hampshire, right?
Yes.
It's fair to say though, when they're having sexual relations in his truck, she knows he's in New Hampshire then, right?
Which occasion are you talking about?
The occasion that happened on the 8th.
Yes, at that point in time, she clearly knew he was.
In fact, she even called him back. She said, I want to see you, I'll change my mind, right? You just read
I don't recall those words, but she invited him over.
Yeah. And that was after he said, well, I'm going to get out of here. And she says, well, come on over, right?
I think so, yes.
And I'll be unfortunate not because you'll have the text message when you get back. Now, I want to ask you a quick question about Weston. Come on. You know that Mauricio's met Weston on FaceTime, right?
I believe that's reflected in the phone, yes.
And also, when you were there for the interview with Rachel Nunes, and she told you that, right?
Yes.
And he also has given, in December, for Christmas, gave Weston a present, right?
I believe so.
Seems like this is a on again, off again sort of relationship. Fair enough?
There's something there.
Something's going on, right? And significantly, and I won't go off too much into this, I know perhaps Rachel will testify, but it appears at one point, at least, that Rachel says to Mauricio that she wants him to be obsessed with her.
Obsessed is a word used in the messages.
That's what I'm asking you, that's what she says to me.
I don't think it's saying she wants him to be obsessed with her.
Now, after their sexual encounter, by the way, that was during one of the breaks. You said that you noticed there was a break in the text messaging. About half an hour, that was when they were in his car, right?
Yeah, after midnight.
Right.
Yes.
And after that happens, she kind of blows him off again, right?
Yes.
And that's when he starts to say stuff to you when he was interviewing with you. He says, well, I went back looking for my belt, my beanie, my glasses, because I was afraid she was going to throw them out. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, moving on.
Yes.
Captain? Thank you. I don't know.
All right, thank you. Is there any redirect based on the cross?
I think so. Just I'm going to just ask you about the defendant saying that he went to Rachel's house to get his beanie and glasses back. I think belt.
Yes, ma'am.
And your answer is yes.
I believe so, yes.
And then, did you also mention the fireplace? And I'm looking at page 33.
He does.
Thank you. And Captain, and anywhere in that long interview that you did with the defendant, does he mention anything about having permission to be in there?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the end of that.
Any part of that interview, does he indicate he believes he had permission to be in the home?
No, he never admitted it had permission to be there.
In fact, did you flat out ask him if he had permission?
Yes.
And what was his answer?
No.
Thank you.
Any recross?
Briefly. You recall the interview with Rachel, right?
Yes,
It's a forensic interview that you discussed with Joe, correct?
yes.
During that interview, at least on 2 different occasions, she told him he can come get his fireplace. He wanted it.
That is one thing that I did not review prior to coming to the stand.
It's not your transcript, so I'm not sure I need to refresh you.
You're not supposed to be here, say anyway.
Hold on.
Sure. Nothing further. Thank you.
Nothing further? Okay. Sir, you may step down.
Thank
You're
you.
excused. All right, State, want to call your next witness, please?
Oh, sorry, yes. He's getting her, but it's, state calls Lisa Schultz.
Good morning.
Good morning.
When you step inside the witness box, I ask you to remain standing. Kindly raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated.
Oh,
Morning.
could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Certainly. My name is Lisa Schultz, and my last name is spelled Schultz.
And ma'am, what do you do for a living?
I am a criminal intelligence analyst.
For what? For what organization?
I work for NESPIN, the New England State Police Information Network, which is a RIS, Regional Information Sharing System. The country is divided into 6 regions. Each region has a RIS center. I work at NESPIN, which is the New England RIS Center.
So can you tell me what your interaction is like with law enforcement agencies?
Certainly. My job at the New England State Police Information Network entails doing casework for area jurisdictions. Basically, any member agency, and we have over 900 member agencies, can request that we do analysis on a case for them. So we can get cases from anywhere in New England for anyone that is a member agency.
And typically, how do those cases come to you?
Typically, the police will start working on a case. They will identify an avenue of investigation and write a warrant. Largely, most of the casework that we do involves the telephone carriers, social media companies, or a company like Google or Apple. So they will, during their investigation, possibly find a line of investigation involving one of those companies, and we will assist them in doing case analysis. So they will typically write a warrant to a carrier, if we're going to use a cell company as an example, and they will provide us with the warrant returns, the items that the carrier gives to them for analysis.
And what kind of analysis are you doing?
So typically for a carrier, what we're doing is providing the police with mapping on where the cell phone utilized cell towers during a specific time frame.
Can you tell us, sticking with the mobile companies, how they track location data?
Certainly. So there's 3 main carriers in the United States, AT&T, Verizon, and now T-Mobile. T-Mobile combined with Sprint a couple years ago. So cell phone carriers are required from the federal government to collect certain information. So for incoming and outgoing cell phone calls, they're required to provide us or to maintain a list of the cell towers that were utilized for each call. Some carriers also will provide that data for text messaging. And then in addition to that, each carrier has a program in place that sort of assesses the network that they utilize. So for T-Mobile, which this incident, the carrier utilized was T-Mobile, they have something called a TDOA report. It's time difference on arrival. Essentially, whenever your cell phone is on, it is constantly pinging cell towers to see if you were to pick up your phone at any time and place a call, what would be the best tower for it to connect to. And that saves you a little bit of time when you're starting to use your phone. you all have noticed sometimes if you're like at maybe a football game or something and you go to use your phone, there's a delay before it can reach out and get a good connection because of the load, so many people trying to connect at one time. So the TDOA report is essentially used by T-Mobile to make sure that their network provides coverage in every area and that there's enough coverage. Every carrier has a type of report like this. So essentially what it does is your phone is constantly reaching out to the cell towers, and the cell towers are constantly pinging, I'm here and I'm available, I'm here and I'm available. So that when you connect, it happens quickly, and as a result of them collecting this data, they can many times identify where a phone has been, not only with the sector, but also a suggested location.
So what do you do with this data?
So we use a program called Trex. It's owned by LexisNexis. And we take a copy of the warrant returns, we never work with the original, and we input it into this application, and it provides a map for all the different types of data that this carrier provided to us.
So I want to talk specifically about this case involving Mauricio Guerrero. Can you tell me how you became involved in that?
Certainly. So Detective Sunderland received some cell phone records from T-Mobile, and the way that cases come in is that they fill out a form requesting our assistance. They provide the information that they receive from the carrier. They provide it to our manager, and our manager kind of gives each person cases depending on their workload. So this case was assigned to me, and Detective Sunderland explained to me that he had a list of dates that he wanted to know if a specific cell phone was in a certain location, and he also wanted to know if there were any other dates that the cell phone was in this location. Two addresses.
So what did you do with the information he gave you?
So I took the carrier returns, uploaded them into Trex, and then I created, in this instance, static maps. He was really specifically looking to just know, was this cell device using towers in this location? So all of the dates that he gave me, I looked at. The last date that he gave me was a range of 3 or 4 days. All the other dates, I was able to identify the cell phone was in the area that he wanted to know. And the last series of dates that he gave me, the phone was in the area, I think he had said the 6th through the 10th, and I discovered the phone in the area on the 7th. So it was within his range, but it didn't encompass all 4 of those dates.
And do you recall the area that he was interested in?
He was interested in 2 locations in Dover, the victim's home addresses. Sorry, I don't know those offhand.
Possible one was in Somersworth?
I beg your pardon?
Was it possible one was in Somersworth?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
I'm from Rhode Island, I should say.
Do you know why there were 2 locations for the...
The victim had moved.
Yes. Just a quick instruction for you to follow throughout the course of the trial. Occasionally, either lawyers or a witness will refer to Ms. Nunes as the victim, just so that you understand. That victim is a term of art for somebody who has been the victim of a crime. Of course, your duty here is to determine whether that has happened. So if that term is used, you are to consider it as the alleged victim, not the victim. That's one of the issues that you're here to decide. So in the future, if you hear that term, you should process it only as alleged victim, okay? And then we'll do our best to use only the term alleged victim. Go ahead.
So I'm sorry, I can't remember the answer.
There were 2 different addresses. She had moved, the alleged victim.
Do you recall the dates that Detective Sunderland had given you?
I'm sorry, I do not.
You wrote a report.
I did write a report, and they are listed in the report.
Okay, would that help you remember?
It would help me remember.
This is not supposed to be a memory test, so.
Thank you.
If you could just look at that and tell me the dates that Detective Sunderland specifically asked you to figure out if the defendant, if the suspect's cell phone had been in the area?
Certainly. He gave me the dates of December 6th to the 7th, December 12th, and December 22nd. Those were all of 2021. And then he gave me a date range of January 10th through the 12th, January 19th, and February 6th through the 9th in 2022.
So we have 3 occasions in December, 2 occasions in January, and the last occasion in February.
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to determine whether the suspect's cell phone had been in that area on those dates?
Yes, it was.
And what was your conclusion?
My conclusion was that for each of the dates that he had listed, there was more than one incident where the cell phone utilized a tower that provided service to the location in question, as well as several of these time difference on arrival events that placed an arc either very close or right over the address in question.
So what about that in layman's terms?
In layman's terms, it means that the cell phone carriers are putting that cell phone device either approximately at the location or within, let's say, 100 feet of the location.
During each of those time frames that Detective Sunderland gave you?
Beg your pardon?
And that's during each of those time frames that Detective Sunderland gave you?
Yes, or within a smaller subset of time within those ranges.
Yeah, I think you specifically said that he gave you the 6th through the 9th, and you were able to determine that it was actually their 7th that the phone was in the area?
Correct.
Do you recall approximately what time the 7th phone was in the area?
If I'm going by my memory, I would say very early in the morning.
4 a.m. sound?
Exactly, yes.
I think those are my questions for you. Just double check. Those are the questions I have for you. I'm not sure if the defense has them.
All right, Attorney Starbranch, cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I don't have any questions.
Oh, okay.
Ma'am, that concludes your testimony. You may be excused. Thank you.
Very much.
So folks, it's 20 after 11. What we'll do is take a 15-minute recess. When we come back, we're going to work until 12:20. I know that sounds like an unusual time. There is a reason for it. So 12:20, and then we'll probably take about an hour for lunch because there are some proceedings that happen in here over the lunch hour. They usually take about an hour. Okay? See you back here in 15 minutes. You can leave your notes behind.
All right.
All right, well, while they take their break, I will recap. Let's just see what happens here. Yeah, they're going to go to color bars. So let me just fast forward here. Okay, we'll come back to that in a second. But let me just do a quick recap here of what we saw. All right, so far this morning, day 2, it started out with juror number 8 got excused, and didn't say why, other than it was a female and that she was uncomfortable with what was happening testimonial-wise, and she apologized for not saying it earlier, well, the day before. So then we go back to Captain John Sunderland. He was a carryover from day 1. And he brought in all of the text messages. So let me just make sure my audio is okay. I think I should be okay. Let me just double check. back to... Okay. Audio seems fine. All right, so let's go through some of the text messages. So text messages were admitted into evidence from February 8th from 11:43 a.m. to 1:43 p.m. Mauricio starts off with, leave me alone, I'm done with you. Rachel needs to tell him something and to FaceTime me. Rachel then insists. She's doing a lot of insisting. And at first I wasn't quite sure why, but I think it was she was trying to extract that he was there. So Mauricio says, leave me TF alone, trying to get over you. Mauricio keeps saying, I don't want to see you, stop playing with me. I'm sorry that I'm acting like this, but it's for your own good. So again, when I first kind of heard these text messages, I'm like, well, wait a minute. It sounds like, she's the one that keeps saying, come back, I need you. And he's like, leave me alone. But I think ultimately she was trying to figure out, were you actually in the attic? So that makes sense. So he says, here's a pic from 2 hours ago. It was me taking a shower, which we know was a lie because he was actually in her attic. Rachel says, I want nothing to do with you. Mauricio, I have business to take care of and I don't want to drive up there to a girl who doesn't like me. Rachel says, like you scare me. Mauricio, goodbye, Rachel. Good luck in life. Mauricio says, sorry for being an a-hole and being pushy. I'm just asking for your forgiveness. The data from the phone indicated Mauricio was in New Hampshire February 7th around 5 a.m. So he's texting with her on the 8th, February 8th, the next day. So February 1st, Mauricio says, I'm glad you're happy now. Rachel says, no. February 8th at 4 a.m., Mauricio says, hey, sorry, I didn't mean to text you. Rachel says, okay, don't show up here. Then Rachel says, are you here? Mauricio, what's with the attitude? Rachel says, can you stop? Mauricio's like, you literally called me last week. I love you. And Rachel says, I was drunk. So that's I guess when she's drunk, it's okay for her to talk to him. But then I guess when she's sober, she's like, nope. And then he's like, what, WTF, what did I do? After all I've done for you. So again, I get the mind, she's definitely playing mind games on this kid, and he's a kid. She's 24. She has a kid. You would think that she would know better. I don't know. I think there's definitely some things that she should not have done. He for sure went over major boundaries, but I also think it takes two to tango in this one. I don't think what he did was wrong, but what she did was not right. I think that's where I'm landing with this right now. Rachel says, stop trying to blame me. Leave me alone. Mauricio, yet you said you were going to come here before I texted you. And they kind of go back and forth. Rachel says, I just own car. I'm blocking you. So car is the new house long. And then she kept typing in ducking. Mauricio says, you ruined me. So he definitely was like lovesick. I mean, he was 19, 20 years old, 19 at the time. And, I was 19, 20 at the time too. And, I fell for girls back then. Sometimes I fell hard, but no, I didn't do this. I knew no meant no, but it hurts. We had sex once. I'm not taking shit from anyone anymore. That's what Rachel says. Mauricio, you played with my feelings too. You knew I was falling for you. Then Rachel texts him from another phone number. And Mauricio's asking for her forgiveness. He just wants it to end without hating each other. So again, it seems like he's trying to do the right thing. And I think if she had just said, cool, just call it a day, it's all good. But then she says, I think I'm in love with you. Again, what is she doing? Then he's like, I'm outside. Are you? Because I'll be so happy. I never want to talk to you again. So she goes kind of back and forth. Then she says she's horny. And she says, I just wanted to duck you. I mean, she's literally telling him, I want to have sex with you. I mean, what's a 19-year-old to do when, he thinks she's the best thing that ever happened to him. And then she's texting him all this stuff. I just wish, it is what it is. She did what she did. He did what he did. She says, I'm blocking you now. And he's like, wow, WTF, wow. I'm sleeping. This is my mom's house. You can't just show up here. All right, so here's where she's saying, all right, enough's enough. He should have taken the hint at that point and just licked his wounds, and headed back home. Rachel says, "You don't have the right. This isn't my ducking place. Don't ever come here again. I'm blocking you." And then Mauricio says, "I won't. Goodbye, Rachel." She says, "I'm blocking you for good." He says, "Okay, goodbye." Then he says, "Are you still up?" So that's when he should have gotten the hint. 416, "Are you in my house? I'm calling the cops if you don't answer right away." See, then he should have been like, "All right, I'm here." And maybe he could have resolved it. Maybe he could have been like, "Look, I'm sorry. I messed up. Let me just go," instead of trying to run away. And she's like, "I just saw you." And then the to-do list. Oh yeah, the to-do list. That was not a good that was not a good look. So on his to-do list, he's like, go to her house, then put tracker on car, lock pick her house, find her room and her stuff and get my stuff back, get a key copy, put microphones and stuff to hear her, log into her phone hopefully. Natasha lived near Beachstone by the pool, and Cassie lives across from that bar in Portsmouth. Make sure to be very careful and sneakful around her house. I don't know how. Remember, get her phone and open it and unblock me on everything. Yeah, this is where he's taken it too far. And then he mentions her 2-year-old's name. So then on cross, they said on again, off again. You know, was there something going on? And Captain Sunderland says, yeah, there was. Rachel wants him to be obsessed with her, and Sunderland's like, yeah, no, I didn't see that. Then Lisa Schultz got up. She's the criminal intelligence analyst, and she identified and I guess ID'd, the cell phone locations. She worked with a software. She received the data, T-Mobile data from Captain Sunderland, and they had the cell phone tower pings near her 2 addresses because she moved. She was in her apartment, then she moved to her mom's house. And February 7th, the phone was located near that address. So he's saying he wasn't there, but in fact he was there. So he lied. All right. Let us get on to the next witness. Next witness. You guys have any questions, let me know. Any questions? Little Miss, I wonder if she's laying a trap for him, but she did sleep with him, so no, not a trap. Dreama Landry, she wants him when she is drunk. Yep, she admitted that too. That was one of the things she admitted to, or I think in opening statements they admit that. Excuse me. Yeah, while he's hiding in his attic, Kathy Smith, I know. Yeah, I just found it. Okay, that's something. How scary would it be to find out he's actually in my house? Yeah. Let's see, any other questions? Yeah, the list. Dreama, I know. Or she needs the cash for bills. Lovely Beth. Yeah. Well, he's paying her, obviously. I think after they had sex, I think he gave her gifts and he also paid her. So then there's that. Yeah, brains don't mature on men. I think, yep, you're right, until 25. Little Miss. More like 33. Let's see. All right. Therapist. Well, not advisable. Nothing she did was illegal. Yep. Can't say the same for him. Yep. Exactly. That's it exactly. Yep. He took it too far. Just the bottom line. He was heartbroken, but he didn't have the coping mechanisms, the coping skills to say, all right, she's just not into me anymore. Even though it's great sex and she wants me, then when she says no, I mean, I get it. She's playing with his emotions. I get it. But when she says leave and stop and breaking in, yeah, I just can't do that. You just cannot do that. All right. We are going to go back to court. I'm going to pip squeegee myself down here. Back into court we go.
Come on up, sir, and you'll see the witness stand opens in the back. Once you step in, if you could remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury? I do. Please be seated.
Good morning, Officer Sewards.
Right.
Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Yep, Timothy Sewards, Seawards.
Officer Sewards, where do you currently work?
Farmington Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Farmington Police Department?
About 6 months.
Prior to working for the Farmington Police Department, where did you work?
Somersworth Police Department.
And how long did you work for the Somersworth Police Department?
About 2 years.
Back in February of 2022, where were you working?
Back in February, I'm sorry, what was the question?
February of 2022, where were you working?
I was working at Somersworth Police Department.
So I want to point your attention to February 9th, 2022. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Now, February 9th, 2022, did you have to go to Eddie East towing?
Yes, I accompanied, at the time, Sergeant Sunderland to there.
And why did you go there?
I accompanied him with, for lack of a better term, a prisoner, to assist with a consent search of a vehicle from an incident that occurred the night prior.
Can you explain for the jurors how do you normally conduct a search of a vehicle?
There's two methods. Either there's a consent search, or there's a few methods actually, but there's a consent search on which the owner or operator of the vehicle gives consent, stands by, and lets us search the vehicle. There's obviously a search warrant, there's a tow inventory, there's a community caretaking, so on.
So what, for this particular case, what method was used?
Consent search.
And in order to perform a consent search, is there something that you have to obtain first before you can do a consent search?
Yes, consent.
So just want to ask you about this consent search of the truck. So what vehicle were you looking at?
I came in that early shift that day, and it was my understanding that prior to the incident that occurred that night, that there was something that happened, and this vehicle was then towed by AB's Towing to a tow yard in Berwick, Maine, at which time I accompanied Sergeant Sunderland there with said prisoner, and we were able to get consent. Because it was in a different jurisdiction, the consent was actually given to Berwick, Maine, which is a jurisdiction that had control over that vehicle at the time.
Now, do you recall what truck were you looking at?
It was a F-150, Ford F-150.
So when you arrived and you're looking at this truck, can you just explain what areas of the vehicle you're looking at?
Yeah, we started off in the front cabin area, or the driver area. Again, I kind of came into it after the fact, but it was known to Sergeant Sunderland where some items were already located. So he began looking at the front passenger seat on the floor area, and as well as the center console area.
From your recollections, were there some items that were documented separately from the vehicle?
Yes.
What were those items?
There were several articles of female clothing that belonged to the alleged victim, and several photographs that are of the victim.
So, officer, are you on my approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a couple of items that have already been admitted as full exhibits. So I'm first going to show you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items of clothing. These are full exhibits number 35, 36, 37, 40, and 38. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, those are the items taken from the center console.
I'm also showing you what appears to be a stack of images. This is already admitted as a full exhibit as well. It's full exhibit number 39. And do you recognize this?
Yes, those are personal photos depicting and belonging to the victim,
And where were those located?
also in the center console.
So besides these items that I just showed you, were there any other items that were documented from the truck?
There were 3, I suppose, 2 categorically. There were receipts from the Greenland Target and a McDonald's. I'm unsure the location. I think it might have been the Dover location. Those were located in the front cubby area of the driver's side door. And then, more importantly, there were 2 crowbars or pry bars located on the floorboard of the passenger seat.
So, officer, I'm now going to show you 2 other exhibits. Those have been also admitted as full exhibits at this time. This first one is states full exhibit number 44. Do you recognize this that I'm showing you?
I do.
And what is this?
That is a crowbar
And where was this crowbar located?
on the floor of the passenger, front passenger compartment.
Now, I'm holding 2 separate receipts. These have also been admitted as full exhibits. It states full exhibit 33 and 34. Do you recognize these receipts?
Yes, those are the aforementioned receipts I mentioned earlier.
And where are those located?
In the front driver's side door panel.
So, once these items were documented, did that conclude basically the search of the truck?
Yeah.
So, officer, once you're done searching the truck, does that conclude your involvement that day?
Negative. I then proceeded to meet another officer at the crime scene on Highland Street and assisted him with obtaining more evidence.
So, what exactly were you looking at 34 Highland Street?
It was disclosed to either while I was present or already disclosed to Sergeant or Captain Sunderland during his interviews that
I would object.
Yes.
So, Officer Sewards, when you arrived at 34 Highland Street, have you already been tasked with looking at some specific windows?
yes.
And what were you asked to do with those windows?
More specifically, I was tasked with locating a side bay window that was used to gain entry to the residence. So I was tasked with discovering, locating, if you will, latent fingerprints as well as pry marks.
I just want to start just briefly by just explaining to the jurors, how do you obtain a fingerprint?
Essentially, a fingerprint is caused by contact from anything that has a marker that would describe something individually. It transfers over to an object. Using various methods, you can locate said fingerprint, and either through basic observation or using other forms of lighting, you can see fingerprint, and then you can photograph it or lift it, as they call it, which is basically transferring it to another object to later be tested by the lab.
What methods did you use in this particular case?
We used photography as well as a gel lift, which is just a form of transferring the the fingerprint from the object that we're searching to a material that can go to the lab and be tested.
So I just want to start by asking you, how many windows did you look at?
We looked at 3 in particular. Again, we were tasked to look at that specifically. There was 3 windows to this particular bay window, 2 of which we were able to observe fingerprints with the naked eye.
Got an approach? So Officer Sewards, I'm showing you this diagram. It has already been admitted as a full exhibit. It is State's Exhibit 16. This is layout of the house. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Can you point out to the jurors which or where in this area were you looking at for this bay window?
This window in particular, which was again was divided into 3 separate windows.
Were you all able to see that? Did you label those windows?
I did.
How did you label them?
With the window closest to or facing the road, for lack of a better term, is A, and then going in the largest window, the middle window B, and then the one facing the porch back towards the end of the property would be C.
So you just testified that there were only 2 windows that you were able to observe some fingerprints.
Yes.
Which window or which panel were those?
B and C.
I just want to start by asking you about window B. So when you're looking at the bay window, which window would that be?
If you're looking at the bay window, it's the one going to be the one directly in front of you, the widest window.
So what were you able to observe while you were looking at window number B, or letter B?
Letter B. We were able to observe fingerprints, like I said, with the naked eye, some of which are smudged, but regardless, you can make out prints. And as well as on the trim of the window, there was red paint transfers.
Did you need any special tools in order to be able to observe those fingerprints?
No.
Were you able to document the specific fingerprints that you were looking at?
Yes.
And did you label them?
I did.
Do you recall what label you gave them?
Not by memory. Usually the evidence naming convention is try to do something that's that pattern. This was a kind of a small area to work with, so I just labeled everything, whether it was fingerprints to Primark or paint transfers, 1 through X. And then I just associated with which window I found it on.
So speaking specifically about window B, do you remember which numbers you assigned for the fingerprints?
Not off the top of my head.
And is that something that you would have documented in your report?
Absolutely, yes.
And when looking at a copy of the report with fresh?
Yes.
Counter my approach?
Yes.
Officer Sewards, I'm showing you a copy of your report. I'm going to point your attention to this area right here. Can you look at that and look at it when you're done?
Yes.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So, speaking of window B, how did you identify those fingerprints? Or how did you label them?
Fingerprints 1, 6, 9, and 10.
So there were 4 fingerprints that you were able to identify?
Yes.
Was there any other window that you looked at?
Window C.
And how did you label window C?
Again, referring to my report, latent prints number 7 and 8.
So 2 fingerprints from window C.
Yes.
Officer, besides looking at those 2 windows that you stated you documented, were you asked to look at anything else while you were at the house?
Again, the aforementioned pry marks or paint transfer marks.
And where did you observe pry marks?
On the trim or sill, outside sill of windows B and C.
I approach John.
Yes.
Sewards, I'm going to show you a couple of images. These, I'm going to show them all to you. These have all been pre-marked for identifications as State's Exhibit 48, 50, 52, 54, 55, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, and 69. Can you take a moment to look at those images?
Okay.
Did you recognize those images?
Yes, they were images that I believe I took. They were leading up to the house, then following a pattern to the side of the house, and taking pictures of the bay windows, and then directly going to the, at least how the sequence is given to me, going directly to the sill trim area and documenting red paint transfers.
I'm going to show you some other images as well. And these are states for ID 49, 51, 53, 56, and 57. You take a look at those.
Yep.
What are those images of?
Those are, I believe, what you call an overall photo. It just documents the overall scene of the house. It doesn't necessarily document any evidence, but it could corroborate a testimony later on.
So officer, did those, all the images that I just showed you, they fairly accurately depict how you observed 34 Highland Street on February 9, 2022?
Yes, it was very bright, sunny, snow on the ground.
So Your Honor, I'd ask that all of these be admitted as full exhibit.
Any objection to any of the photographs? Right, so the IDs will be stricken on all the photographs that have been listed.
Permission to publish them to Your Honor?
Yes.
So Officer Sewards, can you describe for the jurors what we're looking at this first image?
Yes, this is a view from the residence standing in the street on Highland Street.
So if we're looking at this image, which of those windows that you're able to see were the ones that you were looking at for fingerprints?
It's the bay window to the right of the residence. You can see it behind the that gray Jeep, something, Commander Compass.
And Attorney Ramos, as you go through each exhibit, if you can identify its number for the record, please.
That's states full exhibit 48. So Officer Sewards, we're looking at states exhibit 49. What were you documenting in this image?
Again, that's just an overall image. That is the backside of the residence, legal egress to the basement as well. It's not necessarily of evidentiary value, only to just document the whole house, establish a path, if you will, into the residence.
So, Officer Sewards, we're now looking at a State's Exhibit 50. What side of the house is this?
If you're looking from the street, it would be the right side of the house.
And what is that window that we're looking at in the middle?
In the middle would be window B, if that's...
So is that the window that,
Yes,
that
yes.
you refer to as
Yep.
window B? Is window C in this image?
It's not visible, it's around the corner of B, if you will.
We're looking at State's Full Exhibit 51. Which window is this?
That is an unlabeled window. That is a window that is on the right side of the building. It's near the front of the building. If you look through it, you can see through another bay window that faces the street, and as well you can see a gutter and parts of power lines, so that leads me to believe that it's facing towards the street.
Were any prints or marks found in that window?
Negative.
So we're now looking at State's Exhibit 52. Which window is this?
That would be window A.
Were any marks found in this window?
No.
State's Exhibit 53. Which window is this?
Window B.
Is this one of the windows where you were able to observe fingerprints?
Yes.
So State's Exhibit State's Exhibit 54 and 55 appear to be similar. What are we looking at in those images?
I believe they're both of the same red paint transfer. One was just a better attempt of getting the exposure on the camera correct, and the other one was just like I said, a better overexposed picture.
So what color was the paint that was transferred?
Red.
Red. And was that significant to you based on anything else that you have already observed?
Yes, it was very similar color to the pry bar that was taken from the front right, or the passenger portion of the vehicle.
So now we're looking at State's Exhibit 56. What area of the house is this?
That is the, again, from street view, that is the back right of the house. I believe that is our main form of enter and exit the residence, the porch area.
Were you able to observe anything in that area?
Not in the porch per se, later on.
And that's State's Exhibit 57. What area of the house is this?
It is a back barn area. I'm not sure if it was just unfinished area or if it's for storage. But that's the very back of the house, so that's the property line.
So we're looking now at State's Full Exhibit 58. Which window is this?
Window C.
And was this one of the windows that you were able to observe marks?
Yes.
What marks were you able to observe?
Red paint transfer.
So now we're looking at State's Exhibit 59. What did you document in this image?
Two distinct red paint transfers.
And which window was that?
C.
State's Exhibit 60, was that same window or same marks that we're just looking at?
Yes, it's just unfocused temp.
So State's Exhibit 61, what were you documenting there?
Again, a red paint transfer. I know it's hard to tell. You'll have to forgive us. We were new to the camera and trying to figure out the correct lens and lighting. So.
Were the conditions difficult on that day?
Yeah, with the brighter it is outside and more reflection. In this case, with the sun, snow, and the white siding on top of a window with reflection, it's overexposes the pictures.
So we're now looking at State's Exhibit 62. What were you documenting there?
Again, another red paint transfer.
Now we're looking at State's Exhibit 63. Can you describe what's included within this image?
That is the now seized crowbar that was taken from the F-150, matched side by side to kind of show a similarity in paint, if you will, markings.
State's Exhibit 64. It's a similar image. What are we looking at there?
Again, same as prior, just putting the item or tool that was used next to the markings that it left.
And this is State's Exhibit 65. And just so that it is clear, were any of the markings that you observed different color than the crowbar that you have observed earlier?
No, not even close.
So this is State's Exhibit 66. So it appears to be unmarked. What were you documenting in this image?
Looks to the left, there was a red marking.
Now, I'll show you this just in case.
Actually, it looks like there might have been two markings, one in the center and one on the far left.
So, can you explain where in the image where those marks are you're describing?
window B. Looks like it's on the sill.
So window B?
Yeah.
State's Exhibit 67. Do you recognize that?
Yep, it's the same as all the other ones. It was just a red marking or red paint transfer from night tool.
In the last two images that we have, there's 68 and 69. Is that consistent with the same markings as the images that we've been looking at?
Absolutely.
So, Officer Sewards, after you finished looking at the windows and the fingerprints and the prime marks, did you look at anything else?
I believe we went inside the residence. Of note, the first thing that we did when we got in there was test a key that was seized from a key ring that belonged to the defendant. This key was made by the defendant, and we tested it on a deadbolt of the door, and it worked on the door, 234 Highland Street, and it closely resembled that of other keys that belong to the residents of 34 Highland Street.
Got him, my approach.
Yes.
So, Officer Sewards, I'm showing you once again the diagram of the house. This is State's Exhibit 16. Can you explain to jurors which door, which deadbolt you used when you were trying that key?
It worked on it was the glass door, I believe, that had a deadbolt on this door right here that came off the porch.
You said that that key had already been seized from the defendant. Were you able to compare it to any other keys?
Yeah, the residents of the property, 34 Highland rather, they had, for some reason, a lot of keys, and we compared them all to that, and they all matched that.
I know you said we're going to break at 12:20. Would you like me
How many photographs do you have there?
70 to 77.
So folks, it's almost 12:20. We're going to take our break now. The next proceedings that happen in here usually take about an hour, but if you can be ready to go by 1:15, that way if things end early, we can get started at 1:15. All right? Thank you.
All right.
All right, looks like they're going to go to lunch, so I will recap what we've heard so far, but I'll cue us up here. Let me just, okay, so, yeah, that was weird. They took a break, then he comes on for, maybe 20 minutes or so, then they take a lunch break. So this is Officer Timothy Sewards. He conducted a search of the truck, the Ford F-150, with Captain Sunderland. The items that they found, they put into evidence. And he looked at the windows as well, the side bay windows used to gain entry. He found pry marks and latent fingerprints. He used a gel lift and to get the fingerprints off and photographed the prints as well. And then he looked at 3 windows and he found pry marks on 2 of those windows, B and C. And then they showed the windows and the paint chips and the markings and the paint transfer. Then he also found a duplicate key on a key ring with a bunch of other keys, and that unlocked one of the doors. So that's kind of where we stand right now. Let's see, you guys got any questions? Yeah, the shirt shirt blazer combo. Let's see. All right, you guys are talking sales of houses. So, all right, no questions. We will continue on. Oop, come on. Okay. All right, see you guys on the other side.
Working on or observing a key.
Yes.
So I'm just briefly going to show you this image. It's been pre-marked for identification as State's Exhibit 71. That's what I'm showing you.
Yes.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at a key that is attached to a key ring, that belonged to the defendant. It is inserted into a deadbolt of a door.
And what door is that?
That would be the door that I pointed out to you from the diagram earlier.
And is that at 34 Hammond Street?
Yes.
So you said that that was a key that was seized or taken from the defendant?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID and enter this as a full exhibit.
Any objection to 71?
No objection.
So it'll be marked as a full exhibit.
And publish it to the jury?
Yes.
So, Officer Sewards, that key that is we're observing at this moment, did it work
Yes.
on that door?
Yes, it opened and closed the deadbolt.
And did that door could someone going through that door have access to the house?
Yes, absolutely.
And Officer Sewards, after you were done looking at the keys, were you able to observe a box of graham crackers?
Yes, it was, I believe in my memory serves you correct, it was in a cupboard on the left side of the kitchen up high.
And did you document that box of graham crackers?
Yes.
There, my approach.
Yes.
Officer Sewards, I'm not showing you this other image. This one is State's Exhibit 78 for ID. Do you recognize this image?
Yes.
What is that an image of?
It is an image of a box of graham crackers in aforementioned cupboard
And where was that located within the house?
in the kitchen.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID and enter this as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
ID stricken on 78.
Once you were able to document that box of graham crackers, did you also take the box with you?
Yes.
And what was done after that?
After that, we took the box back to the PD into our evidence processing area, and we were able to use a process called fumigation, where it's commonplace that this process is used to, for lack of a better term, make prints visible. Sometimes you can't observe prints to the naked eye, or because of the material that they are. This process brings the prints out so they can be photographed and documented.
Were you able to observe any fingerprints?
We were able to observe several smudged fingerprints, but one clear fingerprint.
Yeah, did you document that fingerprint as well?
Yes, I believe it was sent off to the state lab as well.
Officer, that concludes your involvement in this case?
Yes.
It did?
Was that, yeah, yes.
So, officer, I don't have any further questions for you at this time. Attorney Starbranch will probably ask some questions.
Attorney Starbranch, cross-examination.
Sure, Service has no questions.
All right, no questions, sir. So that completes your testimony. You may step down. You're excused. Thank you.
State call for Nunes.
If you could step. Remain standing. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
All right, please be seated.
And would you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Rachel Nunes, N-U-N-E-Z.
That microphone moves if you want it to bring it towards it. And how old are you?
I'm 25.
And where are you from originally?
Rye, New Hampshire.
Did you go to school there?
I went to school in Portsmouth.
And did you graduate high school?
Yeah.
And after high school, did you welcome a son?
I did, yes.
What year was he born?
2018.
That would make him how old today?
He's 4.
And do you currently live in Somersworth?
Yes.
Okay, who do you live with?
My mom and my son.
And your son. Do you have sole custody of your son?
Yeah.
Is his father in the picture at all?
No.
I want to draw your attention back to fall of 2021, if that's okay. Where were you living back then?
I think Dover.
Dover. Well, whereabouts in Dover?
I don't remember the name of the road.
Who were you living with?
Just my son.
And was it like a house, apartment?
Apartment.
And how long did you live in that apartment for?
2 or 3 months, I think.
And how were you making money back then?
Doing OnlyFans.
Did, or does, or did, Weston's father contribute at all or pay child support?
No.
Was OnlyFans your sole source of income?
Yes.
Can you explain to us just a little bit about what OnlyFans is and how you got involved?
It's just a site that you can sell. You can do whatever you want on it. Mostly girls just sell videos themselves. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory.
Well, let me put it this way. You said that girls can sell photographs of themselves. Because how do they do that? Is there like something they can set up via OnlyFans?
They would subscribe to your page.
They can have a page that other people can subscribe to.
Yes.
And you said girls can sell pictures. Can they sell like videos and stuff too?
Yes.
Is there a mechanism for, on that website to message with people?
Yes.
So you said that back then you were on OnlyFans. And so did you have one of those pages then?
Yes.
And did you have subscribers?
Yes.
And you don't have to go into like detail or anything, but did you post photos and videos of yourself?
Yes.
And how would people pay for those?
It would just, I don't know, you have to like unlock it. It says like buy, and so they would like use their debit card or whatever and connect it to the site, and that's pretty much it.
Would you personally take payments from people?
What do you mean, like?
Like I guess would you personally be running credit cards?
Oh, no.
Can fans subscribers on OnlyFans, I guess, privately obtain content from you?
Yeah.
How does that work?
If I gave them my number, I guess.
I want to talk to you specifically about one of your subscribers from back then, Mauricio Guerrero. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me how you initially met him?
On OnlyFans.
Can you explain a little bit more what that was like?
He messaged me, and we talked for a bit, and then I believe I gave him my number, because he was gonna buy me things, and that's really all I remember.
It's a little hard to hear you,
Okay.
and I would say get closer to the microphone, but sometimes you get feedback through that, so if you could just speak louder, that would be helpful.
Okay.
So I think you said that you gave him your private number, and that was so that he could buy you things, is that right?
Yes.
So tell me how that would work.
I think I just said I want what I needed for an apartment. I think it was a TV and a fireplace. And he said that he ordered them.
Was there anything that you had to do in exchange for those items?
No.
And why do you think that he would be getting them for you?
Objection.
If you know.
Because he liked me, I think.
Initially, how often were you texting with Mauricio?
A couple times a day.
Did he ever actually send you items?
Yes.
What kind of items?
The TV and the fireplace.
Can you just describe this fireplace for us a little bit more?
It's big. I think it's like electric. Probably gives off some sort of heat. I don't know.
So not like a fireplace like installed in a home, but like that's something portable?
Mm-hmm.
And you know roughly how much those things were worth?
I don't know, 700 or something.
So pretty significant amount of money on these items.
Mm-hmm.
And initially, did he know your real name?
I think I told him eventually.
Did you go by a different name on OnlyFans?
Yeah, I did go by a different name.
And
Yeah.
what was that name?
It was probably Isabella.
via texting or any other sort of messaging platform, did you start to talk to the defendant more frequently?
Yes.
How frequently would you say?
Every day.
And what kinds of things would you talk about?
Everything. I don't remember specific things.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you tell him about yourself, your personal life?
Oh, yeah.
For instance, you told us that you had a son. Did you talk to him about that?
Yeah, I must have mentioned that. Yeah.
And did you learn anything about him?
Yes, just kind of like where he lived and what he does for work.
And what were those things?
Pennsylvania, I think, and I don't remember where he said he worked.
How would you describe, I guess, the nature of these messages, Dr. Ward?
Friendly, but also like sexual at some points.
Did you ever, during your conversations with him, give him your address?
To my Dover apartment, I believe.
Why?
I can't remember if it was maybe for the TV fireplace. I can't remember.
You don't remember which one, but it was for the fireplace or TV?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure.
And did you ever give him your mother's address?
I don't believe so. I don't remember.
Is it possible you gave him your mother's address?
It's possible.
May I ask you, did you eventually move back in with your mother sometime in that
Yes. Yeah.
And if he were to send you an item, would it be, let me rephrase that. Is it possible you sent him your mother's address in order to send one of the items there?
Yes.
So, at that time in your life, did you have like a boyfriend or someone special in your life?
Yes. Well, no, towards the end, yeah.
Towards the end, yeah, but I'm talking more in the fall of 2020.
No.
Do you have a lot of good relationships with men?
No. No.
No. How was your self-esteem at that point?
Very low.
And what about your alcohol consumption? Can you describe that?
Yeah, I was drinking almost every night. A lot.
Is there a reason for that?
Just to kind of numb everything.
Rachel, other than messaging and on OnlyFans, did you know the defendant from any other source?
No.
So why are you talking to a stranger?
It's just kind of like what you do on that site. I don't know.
Well, the messages that you guys sent back and forth via text message you sent kind of got pretty frequent. So why did you keep that going?
He was nice. I don't really know. I mean, I'm not sure.
How did he treat you?
Good. He made me feel special, I guess.
Can you tell me what you mean by that?
Pretty, beautiful, like, I don't know.
And how did he do that?
How did he do that?
How did he make you feel that way?
By just saying like compliments and stuff like that.
Do you know how roughly long you two were communicating for?
Like 3 months, maybe 2 months.
During that time frame, would you ever say that you were in a relationship with him?
No.
And do you think that he believed you were in a relationship?
Objection.
Do you know?
Want to come up? Ma'am, you can answer the question, and if you need it asked again, Attorney Garrod will ask the question again.
Do you need me to answer it again?
Okay, sorry, what did you say?
I said, do you need me to answer that question, ask that question again?
Yeah.
Do you think that he believed you were in a relationship?
Yeah.
Why?
Just the way he acted, I guess.
Did you ever tell him that you thought of him as like a boyfriend?
I could have, yeah.
You said that he might have thought that you two were more than what you thought at the time.
Yeah.
Do you think that anything you did contributed to that?
Yes.
Can you tell me what you mean by that?
I mean, I probably led him on. I said things like, I really like you. I don't really remember the text I sent, but.
I couldn't hear her, I'm
I
sorry.
think she said, I don't really remember the text I sent, but yeah, if you could speak up, Rachel.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't remember the text I sent, but I would say I led him on.
You said you let him on. Did you ever express that you had like love for him?
I probably did.
Or what about attraction to him?
Yes.
Did you ever mention being like sexually attracted or interested in him?
Yes, most likely.
Did you ever talk about like meeting in person like someday?
Probably.
Did you ever make any like concrete plans to hang out?
I don't remember.
What about saying things like, I wish you were here?
Yeah, I do remember saying that.
I want to talk about the first time the two of you, I guess the first time the defendant ever come up to New Hampshire to see you?
Huh?
Did the defendant ever come up to New Hampshire to see you?
Yes.
I want to talk about that. Prior to coming up, did he, I guess, let you know that he'd be coming?
No.
When he got there, were you surprised that he was there?
Yes.
And do you know roughly how far it was for him to come and see you?
It was like 6 hours.
So where were you living that first time when he came?
The Dover apartment.
And when he came up that time, did you actually go out and meet with him and like hang out?
No.
Did you ask him to leave?
Probably. I remember being really scared, yeah.
Did he leave?
I think he drove away.
So he came up and you didn't see him and then he left. Is that like a fair characterization?
No, wait.
Object to be in question.
Good work, Aaron, on that issue.
Okay.
did tell you, you found out he was there, you didn't see him, and then he left. Is that a fair way to characterize that?
I didn't see, well, I saw it.
I mean, you didn't meet with him.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You said you saw him, though. How did you, let me back up. I just want to clarify, you might have seen him near your apartment, but you didn't actually go and talk to him, is that right?
Correct, yeah.
Did he leave you anything on that occasion?
I think that was the time he left money or something on my windshield.
You left the money on your windshield?
Yeah, I
Do you
think so.
remember specifically how much?
No, I don't know.
How was your memory generally?
Not good.
Okay. Did the defendant come up any other times to see you in that 3-month period where you two were talking?
Well, yeah, the one time, like, in my apartment or whatever, I don't know what.
So talk about the time that he came into your apartment. Talk specifically about that. Do you know roughly when that is?
December, January?
Of 2021, 2022?
Yes.
So that time he came, did he tell you before he was coming?
No.
And when he got there, did you see him? And by see him, I mean in person.
Yeah. I mean,
Tell me about it.
eventually.
Tell me about it.
I think he texted me, or we were on the phone, I don't know. And he said he was here. And I kind of, at that point, was just like, whatever. I'm just gonna see this kid. And then he came up to my apartment. And I think he was there for about an hour. We had sex. And then he left.
Do you know roughly what time of day that was?
It was late, probably 12, 11.
So where would your son have been?
Sleeping.
Is there a reason why he didn't stay?
I didn't want him to.
Did he leave anything at your house on that occasion? Or apartment?
Probably the belt and whatever else, glasses and a hat or something.
Okay. So he left a few of his items at your apartment?
Mm-hmm.
Other than the night that he was arrested, we'll get to that a little bit, did you ever have any other face-to-face, in-person interactions with him?
I don't remember. I don't know.
Any other interactions sticking out in your mind?
Other than the night, the one I just said?
Yep.
You mean like the night he got arrested?
So there's the night you got arrested, and then there's the night in December when you two had sex in your apartment. Other than that, do you recall ever having like a face-to-face with him?
No.
So at some point you moved to your mom's house?
Yes.
When was that?
March? I don't know.
Well, let me ask you this. When the night that was arrested, were you living at your mom's house?
Yes.
And how long have you been there for?
Month or two.
So you moved to your mom's house, and where did she live?
Somersworth.
And is that an apartment, house, something different?
It's a house.
And can you just talk about where, I guess what the setup was like, the arrangement was like for bedrooms?
For bedrooms, yeah, I was in the front, my son was in the middle, and then my mom's room was like in the back of the house.
Did you ever make any sort of plans once you moved into your mom's house for the defendant to come and hang out there?
No,
And why not?
because I didn't want him to.
Was there anything about your mom's house in particular that you wouldn't have wanted him to come to?
I mean, it was my mom's house, like I wouldn't just invite a guy over to my mom's house.
And I go back to your relationship with the defendant. I don't characterize it as being in a relationship, but I guess your interaction between you two. Over the course of those 3 months you were talking, do you guys ever get in fights?
Yeah.
About what?
Like, I don't know if I was like talking to guys or like if he was here or not. I really don't know.
Did you ever get upset and block each other?
Yes.
How frequently would you say that happened?
A lot.
And did you sometimes, after getting in those fights and blocking each other, like make up?
Yeah.
And why would you go back to continuing to talk to him?
I felt bad for him. I don't know. I just felt bad.
What do you mean you felt bad for him? Why?
I just felt guilty. He seemed kind of sad, like a sad person. And I don't know, I just didn't want him to ever like do anything to me or himself. So.
You mentioned that the defendant earlier that he would say really nice things that make you feel good about yourself. Did this conversation kind of continue on in part because of that?
Yeah, definitely.
Did anything about your drinking affect the way you talked to him?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that?
I would just get really drunk and say crazy things that I didn't mean. That's pretty much it.
Crazy things like what?
Like the I love you or whatever, and I don't know, like most of those texts I was drunk, so.
Do you know how many times total that he came out to see you?
I have no idea.
Was it more than just the 3 times that we talked about? The night you got arrested, the night you had sex the first time?
I don't think so.
I want to specifically talk about the night he was arrested. So that would be February 8th, going into the 9th, Rachel, sort of late at night. Okay. Do you remember what point he first told you he was in New Hampshire?
No.
Do you know how he told you he was in New Hampshire? By that I mean it was on the phone, a text, just rang your doorbell, something like that.
Text?
Did you ever text him from a different phone number?
Yeah.
And did you have 2 phones, or how did that work?
I think it was just an app that I used.
So we saw some messages earlier today from like a 620 number. Would that be that app that you used?
Yeah.
And I think you had a chance to go through those messages this past week.
Yes.
So if those are on February 8th, can you tell me why you were messaging him on that separate number?
Maybe he blocked me.
You think maybe he blocked you?
Yeah.
And what were you trying to do with those messages? What was the point of you sending those?
I think I was just scared that he did something bad to himself.
So, in a few of these messages we saw, you're asking him.
Can you show something? Can you show me first?
Yes, this is States 47. It's the messages from earlier that attorneys. That's yeah, the captain read first up. So in a few of these messages, you're asking him to FaceTime you and call you. Do you remember why you were doing that?
I think I was trying to see if he was here or not.
You're trying to see if he was here or not.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you think he was here?
I can't remember. Sorry.
That's okay. Seeing a copy of one of those messages help you remember? So read that to yourself, this blue one.
Page.
There's no pages on this. I can tell you it's the 5th from the 2/8 at 11:55 a.m. Just read to yourself. Just to your in your head. And I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's hard to hear you. Why were you messaging the defendant that morning?
I guess because my door looked weird.
And what about your door looked weird? Why would you need to message the defendant about that?
It just looked like it was open, I think, or something. I don't know.
And what were you worried about?
Like him breaking in.
Him breaking in.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're asking him to FaceTime you, and why that?
I just wanted to see if he was like in my house.
And why would FaceTiming him help
Or
you figure
in
that out?
New Hampshire. Well, I would be able to see.
So you're asking him to FaceTime you so that you can see the background of the phone, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So those messages from that morning, you're trying to figure out if he's in New Hampshire. Is that fair characterization?
Yes.
When, or at some point that day, did he tell you that he was in fact in New Hampshire?
I don't think so.
Sorry.
I don't think so.
Well, let me phrase that. At some point that night, did you know that he was in New Hampshire?
Well, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how did you know that?
I think he texted, like, I don't know, are you talking about like the night he got arrested?
Yeah.
I mean, I think he texted me or something.
And do you remember if you had been drinking that night?
Yes.
So he texts you that he's there. Do you meet with him in person?
Yeah, I went out to his car.
What time of day was that? I probably don't remember the exact time, but night, morning?
It was night, it was late at night.
And was anybody in the house like up and around at that time?
No, my mom was sleeping and my son was in bed sleeping.
You know where Weston was sleeping?
My room.
So you said you went and met with the defendant in his truck?
Yep.
Where was he parked?
He was parked at the top of my street, next to, like, on the corner.
Have you ever been in the defendant's car before or truck before?
I don't think so.
And when you got into this truck, what, if anything, did you notice about it?
I noticed there was like blankets and stuff in the back.
Like how were the blankets and stuff in the back?
Like a bed.
Like a bed?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you were in the truck with him, what did you guys talk about?
I don't know. I think, just said like, I don't know. I can't remember.
What did you guys do?
I went down on him for like 5 seconds, and then I was really grossed out and realized what I was doing and stopped. And then I think that's kind of when I was like, well, I'm gonna go back inside now.
Did you do anything else in the truck?
No.
How did you leave things? How did you leave it in the truck?
I think I said, do not come back to my mom's house.
Why wouldn't you want them to come back to your mom's house?
Because it's my mom's house.
So what happened after you left the truck?
I went back inside. I think I drank more and then went to bed.
Where did you go to bed?
In my bed, my room.
And what were you wearing when you went to bed?
I think a robe.
A bathrobe?
Yeah.
Were you wearing anything underneath your bathrobe?
No.
Are you a heavy sleeper generally?
If I have wine, yes.
And you said you were drinking, but I don't know if you said what you were drinking.
Yeah, I was drinking wine.
What is the next thing you remember after going to sleep?
Just seeing someone in my hallway.
Can you tell me about that experience?
Yes. It was just really scary. I think I ran into my mom's room. I wasn't sure what it was. I don't know, I think she came back, followed me back into my room because that's where Weston was. And then I called the police.
So when you woke up and you saw somebody in your, I guess where in your room did you see this person?
Like just right outside my door in the hallway.
And when you woke up, well, first, did you know what woke you up?
I don't know, honestly. No idea.
Did you immediately think when you saw this person that that's the defendant? He must be in your house.
No.
Tell me about what your thought process was.
Like, this sounds silly, but I like thought it was like a ghost, and then was like, that's not possible. So I don't know. I just was like, I don't know. It took me a minute to wake up, and then eventually I was like, oh, could be him.
How confident were you that you even saw someone?
Oh, 100%.
And you said after a minute of thinking you thought it could be him?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did the, I guess, frame of the person sort of match the defendant in your opinion?
Yes.
So you said I think you went and got your mom?
Yeah.
What was that conversation like?
I said, I just saw something, and then, I don't know, she just got up, I think, with me, and we just went back.
What did you hear?
I think we heard stuff in the attic, like noises.
Did you reach out to the defendant at all at that point?
I think I said, "Are you here?" Yeah.
Why were you doing that?
Because that was just my main thought, that it would be him.
You said that you called the police?
Yep.
Did the police come?
Yes.
And what happened after they came?
I think they went up in the attic. They went all around the house, outside. And then I think they saw him on the roof of the house.
At what point did you realize that it was in fact him?
I don't know. I'm sure the police told me. I don't know.
Did the police want to speak to you about what happened?
Yes.
And did you give them a statement?
Yes.
Did you tell them at that point about going out in the truck and kissing him?
I may have.
Remember if you ever told the police or anyone if you had gone out in the truck and kissed him? Get any of your
I don't
interviews?
know. Oh, in the forensic interview.
That's what I can't make it out.
Could you repeat
The
that? please?
forensic interview?
And that would be like a couple days after this.
Yeah.
We heard from an officer that said that she asked if you were in a relationship with him and you said no. Why did you say that?
Objection. Your reproach.
Yes, come on up.
Police officer asked if you've ever been in any sort of physical relationship with him, and you said no. Why?
Oh, I'm not sure why I said no.
Did you consider you two to be in a relationship?
Not in my head, no.
The fact that you had previously had sex with this person, is that something you told your mom about?
I don't think so.
Why not?
That's like weird.
After, did the police eventually take the defendant away from your house?
Yes.
After he left, did you go up to where he had been?
Yeah.
And what, if anything, did you find up there?
Found pee. Oops, sorry. Like a bottle of pee and I think like food. And then like one of those like white square things. I think I found that a few days later or something. I don't know.
Was those items yours?
No.
You know if you went to sleep, back to sleep a lot that night?
I don't think so.
And that next day, do you remember if the police came back to talk to you at all?
Yeah.
And do you remember what that conversation was about?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
He said that they just
Objection.
Do you want to come up?
I'm sorry, what?
The officer come and talk to you about, and ask you about something that he had found in the defendant's phone.
Yes.
Did he show you what that was at that time?
No.
Let me ask you this. Did you know that the defendant had taken a video of your vagina?
No.
Objects, meeting.
Overruled. I'm sorry, what was your answer, ma'am?
No.
When did you find that out for the first time?
When the police told me that.
And, did you ever give him permission to do that?
No.
Did the officer, or did you ever end up seeing like a still from that video?
Yes.
When was that?
In the forensic interview.
And were you able to tell from that still whether or not whether that vagina belonged to you?
Yes.
Nullified.
Sorry, ma'am, your answer?
Yeah.
And did it?
Yes.
Did the detective also show you other photographs taken of the interior of your house at some point? Or the interviewer?
Yes.
Did you ever give the defendant permission to come in and take those photos?
No.
Did you have any idea that he had come in and take those photos?
What?
Did
Sorry.
you have any idea that he had come in and taken those photos at the time?
No.
When's the first time you found out about that?
In the forensic interview.
Or the interview? In the days leading up to the defendant getting arrested at your house, did you notice anything unusual about the house?
No, just that my keys were gone.
Okay, your keys were gone. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
I don't know, they were just gone and couldn't find them anywhere. I had to call the police to get into my car later that night to see if they were in there. They weren't. So,
Do you know roughly how long they were gone for?
I think a day.
At the time when your keys were missing, did you think anything of it?
No.
You had mentioned something in that message that I showed you about the door looking weird.
Yeah.
Okay, can you recall anything about that?
I don't know. Maybe it wasn't locked. I think it wasn't locked, or maybe it was locked. Either one of those.
Was that something that you and your mom talked about? That peculiarity?
No, I don't even know. Maybe, actually, I may have mentioned it to her.
You mentioned that during your forensic interview being shown some photographs of items. So I'm going to show you some of those items and let me know if you recognize them.
Okay.
States 38, 37, 36, and 35. Do you want to just look through those and tell me if you know what they are?
Yeah, those are mine.
You could just.
Oh, these are mine. Just like underwear.
Underwear.
Yeah.
Where did you typically keep those in your house?
In the corner, like right outside my room, in the hallway.
Is it in the corner outside your room in the hallway?
Yeah.
Are they contained in anything?
Like a basket. I don't know. I'm always in the middle of cleaning and stuff.
Okay. But not like a dresser in your room.
No.
All Was there, like you said, a basket in the hallways that where you typically stored your undergarments?
Yeah.
Do you know if they would have been clean or dirty?
Probably clean.
And then this is 40. Do you know what this is?
Yeah, those are my bikini bottoms.
Bikini bottoms?
Yeah.
That states 40. Do you know where you would have kept that?
Probably the same place.
I'm going to show you what's marked as 624. Do you recognize whose bedroom this is?
Yeah, that's mine.
Okay. Do you note that red bathing suit anywhere in this picture?
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay, so that bathing suit's in that picture.
Yeah.
So possible if it wasn't in the hallway, it's on your bedroom floor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
License. Yep, sorry. All right, so the state's 31. Do you recognize this, Rachel?
Yes.
What
that's
was that?
my license?
That's your license, like your driver's license?
Yeah.
And can you tell, or do you know where that was when this picture was taken?
Looks like on my rug in my room.
Your rug in your room.
Yeah.
The state's 32. Do you know what this picture is of?
That's my phone.
And where would you keep your phone when you're sleeping?
Next to me.
Next to you?
Mm-hmm.
Would it be like in bed next to you or on like a surface of some sort?
In bed.
And then finally, Rachel, just one more. There's a redaction, but can you tell me this is a picture of? It states 23.
My vagina.
Just 1 second. Before I finish up with you, Rachel, I have a few more questions. I want to circle back to some of the items that you left at your house in December, that one time you came in. Actually, let me ask the question first. Was that the only ever time he ever came in with your permission?
Yes.
And that was in your apartment in Dover?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned a belt, a hat, and glasses that you left.
Yes.
Do you know what happened to those items?
I think I threw them away.
Did you ever tell him if you threw them away?
I think so.
Would seeing a copy of your messages help you remember if you told him that you got rid of those items?
Yes.
Page 1533 from the messages. Just read that to yourself and tell me if it helps you remember if you had told him that you threw some of those items away.
Okay.
Okay, and did you tell him that you threw the glasses and possibly the belt away?
Yes.
Okay. And finally, Rachel, I'm just going to ask you if you see defendant Mauricio, if you see him in the court today,
Yes.
can you point to him and identify the color shirt he's wearing?
Blue.
The record reflects what is identified by the defendant.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, the record will so reflect.
Those are the questions I have for you now, Rachel, Defense Attorney Apostle.
Attorney Starbranch will get started with cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
My name's Harry Starman. I don't think you guys met, is that right?
I don't think so.
If you don't mind, can I ask you a couple of questions?
Sure.
Okay. Could you glass of water?
No, that's okay. I have one
Okay.
already. Thank
If
you.
you need something, a glass of water, let us know. If you're ready for those.
Okay.
I just have a couple of questions for you, Rachel. May I call you Rachel?
Sure.
I want to sort of backtrack a little bit. I'm not going to go over everything that Attorney Garrod went over with you. I have a couple of questions around the same period. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay. If I'm not clear, and sometimes I'm not, just shout out and I can ask the question a different way.
Okay.
Basically, you met, or rather, Mauricio became a client or a subscriber to OnlyFans in October of 2021.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that really about a month later, you start to become a little closer?
Yes.
In fact, was it November of 2021 when you actually told him that you loved him?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. In November of 2021, did you tell him that you loved him?
I guess so.
Well, no, I'm not trying to trick you. If you don't remember, that's okay. Do you remember?
Yes.
You did? Okay. So in November of 2021, you told him the first time you loved him.
Yes.
Okay. And I want to bump ahead to December of 2021, about the first visit he came up. The first time when he came up, when you didn't see him, but you saw him as you had gone. Remember that time? The time you left the $500.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay?
Okay.
You with me so far?
Okay.
If I would tell you that was on December 7th of 2021, does that sound right to you?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm not sure you're sure. Listen this way. The time that you had a physical relationship with him was right before Christmas, correct?
Yes.
And it was before that that he came up when he left the money, correct?
He left money like right in the beginning.
Right. So if I would say December 7th, did that make sense to you?
I guess so, yes.
If I were to show you a text message, you think that might remind you or refresh your memory of the day that you actually saw him that time?
Sure.
Can I get a shot?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. I'm just going to come to you. I don't mean to run up on you. I'll always ask permission if I can.
Okay.
Of course. Of course. Take a look at that and see if that refreshes your memory.
Yeah.
So it looks like it was on December 7th? And that was the day that you sent him away, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, it's a yes. Okay.
Yes.
And after you send him away, you say to him in a text message, I should have gone out to say hi, right?
Correct.
And then you said this, he says, that's fine, right?
Correct.
And then you texted back and you said, I miss you, right?
Yes.
And that was after you just sent him away, right?
Yes.
On the same day, the next text you say to him, now I want to see you.
Yes.
Would you like me to show this to you? I want you to be sure.
Who's the occasion? Where's your goal?
529. Would you like me to show you the text? I don't mind.
Yes.
Thank you. May I push it to you?
Yes.
See if it just helps me remember.
Yep.
Sorry, does that help refresh your memory?
Yes.
So that text is accurate? You sent that, right?
I sent that text.
I would ask if this be marked as a full exhibit, not marked, but as a full exhibit.
Yes.
And you also asked him on December 7th, after he was up, you asked him if he wanted to come up.
Yes.
And you say to him in the text that follows, I would have been invited you in last night if I had known that you were there. Remember saying that to him?
I don't remember.
You know what?
I don't remember saying that.
I'm well with Somersworth, so I just one moment.
Well, folks, I think what might make sense at this point, while Attorney Starbranch organizes his documents, why don't we take, I was going to plan a break in about 5 minutes anyway. Let's do it now for 15 minutes, and then we'll come back in at 10 minutes of 3. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Just to catch up a little bit, we were talking about December 7th, the day that he came up. You didn't see him in person, but he left some money in your car, okay? Okay. And directly on that day, you sent a text basically saying, I should have said hi to you, right?
Yes.
And then you said, right after that, another text that said, I miss you, right?
Yes.
And then you said, right after that, the same day, minutes later, you say, now I want to see you, right?
Yes.
Page.
I miss you, I want to see you.
Thank you. You did. She did.
Sure, good. Sorry, this is a lot. Still, on December 7th, you say to him, you ask him, do you regret coming? You were saying, texting that? Should I see?
Yeah, can I see that?
Sure. This is page 532.
Okay.
And just check the date, make sure I get things wrong.
Yes.
Okay, so on December 7th, did I use the page? You asked me if you regret coming, right?
Right.
Okay. And also on December 7th, you actually sent a text and said, if I'd known you were there. You were saying something like that to him?
Yes.
You also say, the next day, on the 12th, talking about coming by unannounced, you say to him, like, I would never want you to do that again. Ever say that to him on the next day?
Yes.
Like, I can show you, it's easy, go right here. I'll see.
Yeah, I'll see.
Sure, no problem. Do it out now. This is page 586.
Oh, okay.
Got to refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. You asked, you say to him on the 8th, like, I would never want you to do that again, right?
Correct.
But then you say, a minute later, but it was a little hot.
Correct.
Why would you say that?
I'm not sure.
He was surprised by it when you said that. Do you remember him saying something like, are you being sarcastic? Are you kidding me? Remember him saying that? Want to take a quick look?
I don't remember.
Okay. He said something like, are you kidding me? Or being sarcastic. So I'm sure you were serious, right?
Correct.
And you said, no, I swear to God. Right?
Right.
And then, on the 9th, 2 days after the 7th, and you still haven't actually seen him, you actually haven't had any physical contact with him, right?
Right.
You say to him in a message, rape me. Right?
Page.
Yes.
642. Okay. You want to take a look real quick?
No, thank you.
Okay. You sent a text saying, rape me, right?
Correct.
Okay. Why would you say that?
I have a lot of mental problems.
It sounds like you guys kind of back and forth kind of game going. Is that fair?
I wouldn't say that.
Did you really want to rape you?
No.
No. Okay. So you didn't mean it?
No, I didn't want him to rape me.
Okay. On December 19th, he actually watched you. Is that right?
Yes.
Would you like me to show you the quick one, give you the date?
It's okay.
It's okay, you want?
I'm okay. I believe you.
You take my word, she's done a lot of me, so. You, actually, he blocked you on December 19th, right?
Okay.
No, that's, if you don't remember, I can refresh your memories and I'll talk.
What?
Just 1 second.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
This is page 93.
Yeah.
So on the 19th, he blocked you, right?
Right.
And you would respond to text messages
Correct.
the next 3, right?
Yes.
So you say, hello, why aren't you talking to me, right?
Yes.
And then you got a hold of him by calling him, right?
Yes.
And you start talking again, right?
Yeah.
And then you said to him, you actually said, you can come up for a visit, right before Christmas, right?
Can I see that?
Oh, no, I'm asking.
I don't. I don't remember.
Okay. But he did come up right before Christmas, right?
Yes, the night in Dover.
Yes.
Yeah.
You remember the night before Christmas, the time you actually told me, the time you had, first time you had, sexual intercourse, right? The only-
Yeah.
Okay. In fact, you had a Christmas tree up, right?
Yes.
And he actually gave Wesley a present, right?
He gave him 2 little action figure things.
In a monster truck, right?
I don't remember the monster truck.
Okay, but just the action figure, remember the action figures?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to jump ahead to January 2nd. You actually say, well, I wish that was your jail for raping, right?
It,
1380. You want to say that to him?
Yes.
During this time, it was going back and forth. Sometimes you guys would be on, sometimes you'd be off, as far as communication goes, correct?
Correct.
The fireplace and the TV set, he gave me those and had them delivered to Dover and then also Somersworth? Or they both were
Yes.
Somersworth?
I think they both were in Somersworth.
Okay, all right. And in fact, at least 2 different times, you try to give them back to him, right?
Did I try giving them back to him?
Yeah. If you remember.
I don't remember.
Well, on December 7th, the day that you saw him, you had a back and forth about whether or not he was welcome there. And on December 7th, you say, like, you can have the TV and fireplace back, because I feel bad. You know what I'm saying that to him?
Yes.
Okay. Now it's on the 7th? I'm gonna check the date real quick.
Yeah. Well, no, it's fine.
Okay. And then again on January 10th, you said to him, take the fucking TV and fireplace. I don't fucking want it. You ever say that to him?
Yes.
The date appears to be on January 10th. Any question about that?
No.
And I've got great news. I'm not going to go through all the text messages from the agent. Boss's already done that. Well, again, so just jump ahead to your forensic interview. Remember the forensic interview when you met with one of the interviewers?
Yes.
It was videotaped, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she asked you a lot of questions, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that is true, and you know, if you don't remember, I can certainly refer to the question of the transcript. You felt that you had to make me feel good because you felt bad or obligated, right?
Yes.
But he never threatened violence, did he? He never
No.
had showed you any weapons and stuck in your face, anything like that. right?
No.
He never menaced you, right?
What does that word mean?
try to scare you for your, put you in fear for your life, or something he's saying to you or doing to you?
No.
Now, on December 22nd, that was the day that he came out to visit you and you guys had sex, correct?
Correct.
And as I understand it, when you were interviewed, when we asked you this, it's fair to say you didn't enjoy that, right?
Correct.
Okay. But you didn't tell him that, did you?
No.
In fact, you told him a couple different times, that was great.
Correct.
Oftentimes you say to him that you like him, sometimes you love him, in November as well. Later on, maybe you just say you like him. But it's fair enough to say that you're lying about that. You really didn't like too much.
Correct.
As I understand, you also met Weston, is that right?
Not in person.
On FaceTime?
On FaceTime. Yeah, maybe for like a second.
Okay. It happened, right? Right before Christmas, he was FaceTiming and he met Weston on FaceTime.
Correct.
Fair to say that Mo wanted to have sex with you again, right?
What?
Mauricio wanted to have sex with you again, right?
Yes.
Well, he kept talking about it, right?
Yes.
Okay. It's fair to say that you didn't want to have sex with him again.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. What?
Did you wish to have sex with him again?
In my head, no, I did not want to.
And this is what I'm asking. It was in your head. What I'm asking is, you never actually told him, that was really disgusting. You're disgusting. I don't want to see you again. You never said that.
No.
Okay. And after Christmas, Mo came up at least 6 times, right?
Wait, what?
After Christmas, he came up at least 6 times. Right?
At least 6 times? Like, are you talking? I don't.
Communication with you. If I showed you a transcript of the interview you had, would that refresh your memory as to how many times you think he came up?
Yeah.
May I approach you, Sean?
Yes.
Rachel, may I approach you for a second?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a page from a transcript. I want you to look at it, read it to yourself, and see if it refreshes your memory. Okay? You can read the whole page, but it might be so might put the line in. Some direction.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. That was a long time ago, right?
Yes.
Okay. Even the interview was a long time ago, right?
Yes.
Okay. After Christmas, he came up at least 6 times, right?
Yes.
And he actually dropped the present off the Weston at your mother's house, right?
I thought it was. No, wait. What present?
Let me ask you this. Understanding this is a while ago, if you had told the interviewer that he had dropped the present off the Weston at your mother's Somersworth house, Does that sound right?
No, because I remember him, like, I remember opening them up at my Dover apartment.
Well, that was a Christmas present.
Yeah.
But those, another present, the monster truck came after Christmas.
Oh, I don't remember the monster truck at all.
Let me show you something, see if this refreshes your memory. Page 43. Actually, I'm mistaken. He actually dropped the present for you. I didn't want to stop the picture, right? Drawing?
Correct.
Okay. The other way should fact check. That's exactly right. So that wasn't for us, and that was for you, right?
Yes.
Now, it was about that time when you broke off, he broke off contact with you, right?
Yes.
With help I showed the transcript?
No, yes.
Okay. And you actually reinitiated contact with him, right?
Yes.
You know? You help me if I show the transcript again?
Yeah.
Okay. Page 48. Well, maybe I can move here a minute as well. Do you remember being concerned that he was going to kill himself?
Yes.
Okay. And you were concerned, probably you were concerned because he wasn't answering you, right?
Correct.
And that's when you attempted to get a hold of him by phone and by telegram? WhatsApp?
Yes.
And when he wouldn't answer that, you actually had Cass and calls, right?
Casey?
Casey.
Yes.
Now, on the night in question, when I say night in question, on February 8th, that would be the day that you guys met up in his truck, right? You with me?
The night that he got arrested.
Well, yes, you just listen to the next one. 'Cause-
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I know it's confusing, but actually it's at 4 o'clock next morning. So
Okay.
I'm looking at, you actually came out in the truck on the 8th, day before, the late at night, right?
Yes.
And when you came out, you actually, you had your robe on, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Same robe you went to bed, right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you were leading him on?
Yes.
And is it fair to say you were messing with his head?
Not purposely.
What does that mean?
It means I had a lot of mental stuff going on. I don't know.
Okay. But you agree with me that you told the interview that you think you messed with his head.
Well, yeah, then I guess, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember, you also sort of enjoy the attention he was paying, right?
Yes, in the beginning,
You actually wanted to be obsessed with it, right?
I did say that.
You did say that. And you actually been playing Why Aren't You Obsessed With Me anymore when he stopped being obsessed, right?
Yes.
And not to, belabor it, you actually do use the words that you mess with his head, right? Will you describe your word, right?
Yes.
If you know, I can first show you.
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say when you wanted him to be obsessed with you, that you didn't mean it? Is that right? Or did you like it?
No, I didn't like it.
You didn't like it or did?
I don't know.
No, maybe push.
Yes.
He's definitely having a tough time hearing all this. It's like, oh, hearing it all, as much as terrible as it is for her to, identify your lady part. Yep, that's me. This is all coming back to him too. Seems like we're getting a break here, so let me, I'll recap what we've done so far. Hold on, let me just see where we are with this. Sorry, Chad, just trying to figure out what's up with the break, seeing if the judge is going to come in and tell us why they're going to take a break, because it looks like they're going to take a break.
Do you need to stand up and take a break or anything? Because they're going to come back in and we've got about, well, I can't see the clock.
Let's use the bathroom.
We have about 30 minutes left to go. So yeah, go ahead and then we'll start as soon as you get back, okay? All right. I'm going to just step out for 3 minutes and then we'll start.
All right, I'm going to wait until after she's off the stand, because it looks like, yeah, she's going to get off the stand soon, so then I'll recap, and then we'll come back for the last testimony, then I'll recap that. And yeah, Nick, for sure, I would love to have you on after this. There's 6 days. We're in day 2, so probably next week sometime. Maybe let me know what your schedule is. We'll get hold of each other. But that would be, I'd like that, Nick, to talk to you about it. Okay, we're going to go back to testimony of Rachel, and then I'll come back and recap it.
Remain standing. Have you seen it?
Mr. Branch?
Thank you. Almost done, Rachel. Two more questions.
Okay.
In fact, you told him that you want someone to behave the way he behaved, to follow him, right?
Yes.
If you remember,
Yes.
Want to show you real quick?
Sure.
Page 159. Where am I? Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
You want to keep this?
No, that's okay.
Okay. Okay. So, you told Mauricio that you want someone to behave the way he behaved, to follow you, right?
Yes.
And you also told him, so he knows, you told him that you want him to be obsessed with you.
Yes.
Only if you read it, isn't that right?
Yes.
I can show this to you again?
It's okay.
Okay. So we're clear. You conveyed to him that you want him to be obsessed with you.
Yes.
Thank you, so
You redirect?
I'm just trying to show you something because you couldn't remember exactly what you said. So I just want you to, I think you showed her 129 and 130. I just want to show you the same page and have you read a little bit further down. And then I'll ask you a question, okay? So just to yourself. Yep. That second half.
Sir, refresh your memory.
I was just refreshing her memory to ask.
I wasn't sure there was a question.
I was going to ask a question. I just wanted her to read a little bit further down than you had. Okay. So can you tell me what exactly you told Mauricio about what you wanted? Or you want to read it? If you need to refresh your memory.
Do I just read it? I'm sorry. Like,
I know it's kind of confusing. Because the interviewer asked you.
No, I'm going to check.
You want you to,
Overruled. Go ahead.
the interviewer asked you, was ever a time that you told him that you wanted somebody to behave the way he behaved and like follow you and basically stalk you? And you said, can you give your full answer, please? Just read from there down to there.
Yeah, there were definitely some weird texts and stuff. I don't know. I think I was just like, oh, what? I don't want you to be obsessed with me. Oh, okay. Oh, I want you to be obsessed with me and all this stuff, but I didn't mean it.
So nowhere on this does it say anything about you talking to Mauricio about following you around, does it?
No.
But you did tell him that you think you said something like, I want you to be obsessed with me and do all this stuff, but you didn't mean it.
Correct.
Please for you mention something about Casey. Who's Casey?
Casey is my best friend.
Defense attorney also mentions a few times, or at one point at least, where the defendant broke off contact with you, and you kind of made some overt actions to get back in touch with him. Does that question make sense?
No.
Okay. Well, you remember answering a question about how the defendant at one point blocked you.
Oh, yes.
And I think he asked you about whether or not you reached out to him because you were worried about it.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Were there also times during your conversations where you would block him?
Yes.
And I want to go back to something he also asked you about, and that was the amount of times that he came up. And you said something like 6. We're going first. Okay. You were asked, I think, about the amount of times you came up for, and I just want you to read your full answer, starting from 7.
I don't know how many times he came up here, but probably a good 6 times.
Anything on that talking about after Christmas, or this is just in general? 6 times total.
Total?
Oh. And then you're asked, how would you know about when he came up? Can you tell me about your answer?
Objection.
All right, come on up for a second.
So I just want to welcome in all the Baker fans, Bakerites, Muffin Tops. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it, guys. I hope you had a good holiday, and thanks for joining us. And we watched Baker's Christmas special yesterday. That was really cool. Hey, Krista, how are you? So if you guys want to go watch that again, it was very nice and peaceful and relaxing. And it was a really nice thing to do on a Christmas. So thank you for doing that, Baker, and thank you for joining us. We're almost done here. I think there's really only maybe about a half hour, and then I'll do a recap. So there's not much going on with this day. We've been on since 9:30, so it's about a 4 or 5 hour stream. Okay, I'm going to zoom.
I said, I don't know how many times you came up, it was probably a good 6 times. How would you, I guess, were you always aware when he would come up from, I guess, personal observation, if that makes sense?
No.
Okay. Would you somehow find out after the fact?
Yes.
Defense read a message for you where you told the defendant that you, or the defendant told you that he wanted the TV and fireplace back. Do you remember that? That question he asked you about it?
Yeah.
And you said, take it, I don't want it.
Yes.
Do you remember him showing that to you?
Yeah.
Can you read the next 2 messages or 3 messages that he sent and you sent?
Out loud? Or?
Yep. It's page 792.
Is this me? Or no, is this him?
Sorry, this would be his side. First,
Well, you can object. Come on up.
I'm sorry, I was alone.
Right, come on up.
a couple messages that said, I'll legit send it back, talking about the fire, or sorry, he wants his fireplace and TV back, and you said, take it out of one, and I was gonna have you read the next messages back and forth. That would be him.
Fine, I'll legit send it back. What's your address?
So that's you offering to send the fireplace back,
Yes.
but you didn't offer for him to come in your house and physically take it.
No.
And when you said take it back, did you mean come break into my house and take this back?
No.
Objection to the argument.
Overruled.
Rachel, would it be fair to say that you sent the defendant some mixed messages about how you felt about it?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Would it be fair to say that you sent the defendant some mixed messages about how you felt about it?
Yes.
And would some of those have sort of sexual overtones to them?
Yes.
The defense attorney specifically mentioned something like rape me. Were you serious when you said something like that?
No.
Was that an exaggeration?
Yes.
Did you also talk to the defendant throughout the messages about how you didn't want him to just come show up at your house?
Yes.
Just 1 second. There's a lot of right?
Okay.
Attorney Starbranch?
After the first time, thank you. After the first time he came up, you didn't see him, you said, don't come up again without telling me, right?
Correct.
But then you texted him back and said, well, it was a little hot, right?
Right.
There seems to be some confusion on the part of the state, what you said about following. Exactly what you said was, answer your question. The interviewer said to you, was there ever a time that you told Mo that you wanted someone to behave the way he behaved, to like follow you, right? And you said, yeah, right?
Right.
Okay, that's
All right, thank you. So, ma'am, that completes your testimony. You may step down. You're excused. Thank you.
Screen goes dark while Rachel.
All right, state your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Mr. Brian Kennedy to the stand.
Good afternoon, sir. You'll see that this witness stand opens up in the back. You can step right in. I'd ask you to remain standing for a moment and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
All right, please be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kennedy. Can you please state your first name, last name, or last name for the record?
Sure. Bryant Kennedy, last name spelled Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy, where do you currently work?
I work for the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory.
In what capacity?
I work as a criminalist one.
Can you describe the duties or roles of criminalist one?
Sure. I am assigned as a member of the Forensic Biology Unit, performing serology and DNA casework analyses. We have different capacities of functions depending on what unit you're working in specifically at the given time.
So you mentioned serology. What is serology?
Serology is the identification of body fluids.
Did you receive any special training in order to be able to perform that job, and specifically serology?
Yes, I did.
So let's talk briefly about that. Where did you go to school?
I went to the University of New Haven in New Haven, Connecticut, and I have a bachelor's in forensic science.
So once you obtain a bachelor's degree, what other training is required in order to be able to perform in the field of serology?
We have requirements to be a criminalist here at the New Hampshire Forensic Laboratory, and what those require are that you have a degree in one of the specialized sciences, very often biology or chemistry, one of the general sciences. In addition to that, you have 2 years of laboratory experience before you move into a criminalist role.
So once you move into a criminalist role, do you have to go through any specialized training in order to perform in the analysis of fluids?
Absolutely.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes. So when I began with the forensic biology unit, I went through approximately a 10.5-month training period. During that time, there was an extensive amount of literature that we would read. We would be watching other analysts perform casework. We would be guiding them in those decisions, as well as taking a series of training competency tests, as well as proficiency tests once you're signed off to perform your own casework.
When were you signed off to perform your own casework?
That would be October of 2020.
So, Mr. Graham, have you been qualified as an expert in forensics serology before?
Yes, I have.
And how many times have you been qualified?
Just once.
Your Honor, at this point I move to qualify Mr. Kennedy as an expert in forensic serology.
Is there any objection?
There's not.
All right, he'll be so qualified.
So, Mr. Kennedy, I just want to start by talking about your involvement in this case. Can you just explain for the jurors, how does a case get assigned to you?
There are a couple different processes which could occur for a case to be assigned to you. In the vast majority of cases, we have what's called a backlog inside of our information system. We call that Justice Tracks. That's the software that we use. Cases come into the laboratory from different submitting agencies in the law enforcement community, and tests are ordered based on the evidence that they are submitting and the contracts that they have signed, what they are asking for different testing. In this instance, I was not the person who went in and necessarily assigned that to myself right away. I had been approached by my supervisor to receive that evidence and perform some initial examinations due to the types of materials that we were analyzing and some storage conditions that we were concerned with.
So for this particular case, once the evidence or samples gets assigned to you, or specifically what was assigned to you to analyze, just to start there?
I received one item of evidence which contained 3 hash browns or food items. I was asked to initially just take a swab of these items because swabbings of these hash browns would have been able to be stored more safely at room temperature than the actual items themselves. And we were worried about any type of deterioration of the evidence due to the storage requirements.
So were you able to swab the hash browns?
Yes.
How many hash browns did you swab?
I took 1 swab from each of the 3 hash browns.
So once you are able to obtain those swabs, what do you do with that, or with the swabs themselves?
After I have these swabs, I'll kind of back up a little bit. What I have done is I'll take a clean swab, dip it in some water, swab the area of the hash brown that we would be testing, and then I'll set them aside to dry, and when those swabs have been given an adequate amount of time to air dry, I would then individually package them, assign them their own unique exhibit numbers so that they now have individual tracking within the laboratory. After they had given enough time to dry, I had actually returned those swabs to our evidence control unit until testing would actually be performed.
Now, I guess you just stated that you were able to assign some property numbers. What
Yes.
numbers you assigned in this particular case, the 3 swabs?
What were those numbers?
Yes, what were those numbers?
I would have to refer just to get that correct. I don't want to.
Do you have a copy of
Yep.
your? So you were referred to the actual number.
The numbers I assigned for those swabs were 853A, 853B, and 853C.
So let's talk about the result of those swabs. Were you able to obtain any fluids consistent with or within the swabs from those hash browns?
On one of the swabs, I was able to obtain a positive result.
And what was that result?
The results of that testing were that the swab was positive for the presence of amylase. Amylase being an enzyme that you can find in saliva in high concentrations.
So once you are able to document the presence of amylase, or you're able to document that presence, what do you do next?
After I'm able to document the presence of amylase, what I would do is package those swabs back up and place them in an area of secure location in the laboratory for further testing. They would then enter what we call our DNA backlog, or testing, or samples awaiting testing for DNA analysis.
So from start to finish in your involvement of this case, how long does it take from the moment you get the pieces of hash browns until you finally document that there is a presence of amylase and store them for further testing?
That can kind of range based on how much testing is necessary to perform. I would say on the day that I initially received custody of the hash browns themselves, it could be anywhere from 15 to 20 minutes of just your observations of the packaging and the conditions of the evidence itself. A couple more minutes to actually swab each of those exhibits, and then you allow them to air dry for anywhere from a couple hours to oftentimes overnight. The testing itself, it's about a 2-hour process for that amylase test to be complete before I can read the results. And then afterwards, I'll just have to repackage that evidence. And at that point, I would write my report. And the time frame on that varies based on the availability of other analysts.
When does your involvement with this piece of evidence conclude?
I believe that would have been back in October of 2022.
Is that once you finish your report?
Yes.
Can I have a brief moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, Mr. Kennedy, I just have a few more questions, very briefly. Do you do any further testing with those swabs after you conclude your involvement?
I did not.
So, where does that sample go to next?
After I am completed with it, that's when it moves into the DNA backlog, as I mentioned. There's a room where we keep all of our evidence samples at a secure location for the DNA analyst to go and pick up these samples, which have been repackaged after I complete my testing.
So is the DNA analyst a different section from your section?
We're housed under the same unit, however, it's just a different function within forensic biology.
So I have no further questions. Mr. Kennedy, Attorney Starbranch might have some questions for you.
Attorney Starbranch, cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Kennedy.
Good afternoon.
I don't think I've met. My name's Terry Starbranch.
I don't believe we have.
It's nice to meet you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
No further questions.
Well,
I didn't even hear one. All right.
any questions for you all?
So, sir, that completes your testimony. Thank you. You're excused.
I did ask him that.
That is true. All right, it's 5 minutes of 4, so I think we'll suspend for the day. We will start at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you can be here a couple minutes before 10, we'll do our best to start on time. Thank you very much. You can leave your notebooks behind.
All right.
Good enough to pull from me the audio on the NCIC questioning and the objection, but I just haven't had time to listen to it yet, so I'm going to do that this evening, and we'll discuss it in the morning, whether I'm going to do anything about that. The second issue is, where are we on scheduling? Tomorrow's Friday?
We're doing pretty good. I have three other lab people, and then 2 other officers.
Is that a full day tomorrow?
I think we should, I mean, the lab will be very quick, and the 2 officers, one of them might be a little bit longer, certainly nothing like Captain Sunderland.
Right.
So I think we probably finish early afternoon.
All right. And I know you didn't file a separate witness list, but are you calling any, beside the potential for Mr. Guerrero, are you calling any witnesses on the state's list? All right. So assuming we finish early to mid-afternoon tomorrow, there won't be time for closings tomorrow, I wouldn't think. We would just do that on Monday? Or are you thinking that you want to close tomorrow if it goes quickly?
I could be ready to close tomorrow afternoon if we finish early enough. I don't.
Yeah, I think we'll just close first thing Monday morning. And I'll work on the instructions tonight. Based on your defense, I assume that you're asking for lesser includeds on at least criminal trespass. Are there any other lesser includeds?
I'm also going to be submitting a instruction with a very questionnaire.
Yes.
The way the indictments are charged, in order to ensure jury anonymity, I think we have to let them know they have all decided on the same offense they allegedly committed or trying to commit when they enter the premises. I think the only way to do that is reform.
I think the state's probably going to have a problem with that one, but
They will.
the statutory element is with the intent to commit a crime.
Yes.
And the state has alleged 2 potential crimes that he may have had the intent. You think they have to be unanimous on one of the 2?
That's correct. That's what I think.
All right. Well, we're probably going to have to take some time to sort that out tomorrow anyway, but I'll be giving that some thought as I finish up the instructions. Can you think of any other instructions that you want to include that are beyond the ordinary?
I think those are the only 2. I can, if it helps, I can e-file it, so we can e-file it, and give it a chance to go. And I'd like to bring it in tomorrow night, that's in court.
As soon as you can get it to me, the more time I have to think about it.
That's right.
Attorney Garrod, do you have any particular instructions?
Are you intending to instruct on the crimes themselves?
The elements?
Like what the definition of theft or violation of privacy is?
Yes, I think I have to, because they have to determine if there was intent for that crime.
Okay. I would just ask, there's a lot of different violation of privacy variations, so I would ask for all of them.
Well, I'll look at them all, but there may be some that simply aren't. I don't know, because I don't have them in front of me right now, but if there are statutory variants that are not supported by the evidence, I'm not going to instruct on that.
I guess, I just, by my indictment, I didn't pigeonhole myself into the ones that I charged separately.
And that's what I was going to say. I think she actually should be held to that. I think there's got to be variation. It's got to be specific. She's charged them. I think she's stuck with those.
Well, that may be the case for the night of the 8th into the 9th.
Yes. Yes, sir.
I'm not sure it is, but it might be the case. But what about the other nights? The state didn't charge a substantive offense because one was probably not committed in those other nights. Doesn't mean he didn't have the intent to do it. Right. Okay.
Again, I think for the sake of being an entity, it has to be told what the elements are so they can decide whether or not that was something that he intended to do. If we have multiple variations, we have 6 people agree on one, 6 people agree on another. That's my concern with, deviating from what she's charged with the information.
Right. Well, we'll debate tomorrow whether that level of unanimity is actually required. All right.
Looking forward to it.
Can't wait. All right, see you then.
We have White Dog in here at 9 tomorrow. If you're comfortable leaving them, you can, but I think it's a variation between in-person and video tomorrow.
All right, guys. Yeah, he is a helper, right? He's such a good helper. So we're not going to stream anymore after this because the next. I think what I can do though is I'm going to crash and burn tomorrow because it looks like day 3 is maybe 4. It says 6 hours, but it looks like it might be 4 to 4.5 hours. Then day 4, I think is only about 3 hours. So we're about what's that about? Say 4 plus 3 is 6 hours, and then we have verdict watch and verdicts. So I think I'm going to get through tomorrow. We'll start around 9, and I think we'll be done. I think we can get done at like 3 or 4, and then I'll do a sentencing on Monday. And then Nick, yeah, let's figure out a time when you can come on and we can recap. I think maybe Monday, if that's okay with you. We'll email each other and we'll figure that out. But all right, let's get to a recap here before I let you guys go. All right, so the last time, okay, so Officer Timothy Sewards, I think we talked about him. Yep, he conducted the search of the truck with Captain Sunderland. I talked about that recap already. Then they broke for lunch. Okay, so what I did not get to was Rachel. So Rachel Nunes was on the stand. And let's recap what Rachel said. So she has a 4-year-old. At the time, he was 2, and said son lives with her mom, and she has sole custody. The biological father is not in the picture with Rachel. She says there's no child support from biological dad, and OnlyFans was her only source of income. And then Polly's going to say hello. And then hi. And then she described, Sewards, yes, the C word. Officer Seward, and then she was trying to describe what OnlyFans website was. She's like, well, it's a site you can do whatever you want to on it, and you can sell videos of yourself. So people paid via the site, so you got paid through the site. She gave Mauricio her number because he was going to buy her things. And those things were she needed a TV and a fireplace were needed for her apartment, and Mauricio ordered them for her. Nothing was exchanged, though, for those gifts. She felt that he liked her, and that's why he bought them. She said they texted a few times every day, and then the TV and fireplace were delivered, not by him. Mauricio didn't hand deliver them, but they were delivered via Amazon or wherever it is that he bought them from. She said it was an electric portable fireplace and it was roughly $700. Now I looked it up and I found some for like $1,000, but most of them seemed to be like $100 or $200. So it must have been a really nice fireplace, portable. She went by her name of Isabella, but she said she eventually told Mauricio her name, and they talked about very personal things like where does he live, what does he do for work. She didn't have a good relationship with men, so her self-esteem was very low, and she was drinking every night. That's why she kind of connected, she connected with Mauricio because he was love bombing her. She said she drank to numb everything. I can imagine she was probably feeling, pretty bad about herself, and she drank to just to numb everything. And she said I don't know if her drink of choice was wine, but she said she forgot a lot when she would drink wine. She said Mauricio made her feel special, pretty, beautiful, and he did that through compliments. She said, I could have thought of him as a boyfriend. He thought that they were more than just that. And she said she probably led him on. And she said things like, I really like you. They did have sex at her apartment. And then that was in December. We'll get to that date. But that was December. And then she moved in with Mom. She says in March, but I'm pretty sure Mom said after Christmas. I think she said, but same difference. I mean, it's pretty close. Hey, Jenny, how are you? Thanks for joining us. They swabbed the hash browns. Yes, we'll get to that. OnlyFan, not OnlyFans. OnlyFan. We have our own OnlyFan. She said she got really drunk and would say crazy things I didn't mean, and she would say crazy things that she did not mean, like I love you. That's a crazy thing. Yeah, don't be saying that to somebody that you don't really don't love. The night of the arrest, she told Rachel that he was in New Hampshire via text. I texted on a different phone because maybe he had blocked me. So she was like, she used a different phone, and she's thinking, well, maybe he blocked me. That's why she used a different phone, because she was afraid that he would hurt himself. So she thought he might self-harm himself. She wanted to FaceTime and make sure he didn't break in or was in her house. So that's why she was like FaceTiming him. Hey, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Probably may need to go out soon. Oh, hold on. Let me let Kitty out. Kitty out moment. All right, you. Out you go. Wanna go out? She was drinking the night of the arrest, which was February 8th. She went out to Mauricio's car. It was late at night, and her mom was sleeping and her son was sleeping. She got into the truck, and she saw blankets in the back that kind of looked like a bed. She said she did give oral for, she said 5 seconds, and was grossed out and stopped. She left the truck and said, do not come back to my mom's house. So right there, she's just basically saying, don't come back, stop. She drank more, went to bed with just a bathrobe, nothing on underneath. She was a heavy sleeper if she drank wine, which she was drinking wine. She said she saw someone at the doorway. So, she thinks she kind of recognized him. So she woke up, ran to her mom's room, then ran back, and then that's when she called 911. She heard voices in the attic and texted, are you here? So she pretty much thought that it was Mauricio in her home. So she was not wrong. The police came. She did not know that a picture had been taken of her lady parts. She found out later at the forensics interview, and then we found out where she stores her underwear and her bikini bottoms in a basket outside the room. Remember, there was a picture of her bikini bottoms next to her bed. So he pulled it out, stuck it next to her bed, and then took a picture. Very odd. She does keep her phone in her bed next to her. And she says she threw the gifts away. She threw the gifts away. So then Cross came in, and we wanted him to be respectful, which I believe he was. Mr. Star Branch, I think his name is. Within 1 month, they became pretty close. So he's going to, of course, go hard on, did you lead him on? Did you mess with his head? All this stuff. She's 24 at the time, right? He's like 19 or 20. I think 20. Within a month, they became very close. November 2021, she told Mauricio that she loved him. I'm not quite sure when they met, but within a month. So October, I guess they met. So she said that she loved him. December 7th, 2021 was the first visit, but she didn't see him, but he left $500 for her. So he drove like 350 miles and he gave her $500. She said, the physical relationship was before Christmas, and we'll find out when that is. I think I have it written down a little bit later. She sent him away, and then the next text is, I want to see you. Okay, yeah, so she would say, go away, I don't want to see you, and then the very next text was, I want to see you. But she did not want him to grape her. On the 19th, Mauricio blocked her, to which Rachel said, whoa, why aren't you talking to me? You can come visit me. So then January 10th, she says, take the TV and fireplace, I don't want them. So again, it's really tough. I mean, she's definitely leading him on. He's, young and in love, or so he thinks, but nothing justifies what he did ultimately. So January 10th, they texted. She said, take the TV and fireplace, I don't want them. But she says he was never threatening violence or showed weapons. So to his side of the ledger, if you will, he never once threatened her or never once said, if you don't do this for me, I'm going to come and do that to you. So he never did that. That might somewhat save him in the end, like he's not facing more time. So December 22nd, okay, that's when he came to visit and they had sex and enjoyed it but didn't tell him. So she enjoyed it, but she didn't tell him. She did not want to have sex again, so that's the only once I guess they had the sex just the one time. She never said sex was disgusting and didn't want to have it again, so she never once told him that. So again, saying, I mean, he thinks that they have a relationship, I guess, kind of, such as it is. Is it fair to say you were leading him on? And she said yes. She says, I wasn't purposely messing with his head due to mental stuff she had going on. So again, both of them are not wholly there. I mean, they're both young. She's got a 2-year-old she had when she was, 22, 21, 22, living with her mom, being on OnlyFans, trying to make ends meet. So she's definitely not got her life together as best as I'm sure she wants it to be. She said, I wanted you to be obsessed with me, but I didn't mean it. I mean, that's so tough to admit that on the stand. I mean, I wanted you to be obsessed with me, but I didn't mean it. That's going to be tough. But he came to New Hampshire 6 times. Text offering to send the fireplace back, but didn't mean for him to come over and break into my house. Yeah, I posted that in the chat. So there was a text offering to come. I'll send the fireplace back, but that didn't mean come over and break into my house. So I think that's that's clearly the defining line there. It's like, even though I might be messing with your head, kind of, that doesn't mean I want you to come over and break into my house. She said the graping was a exaggeration and she didn't mean it. So she definitely needs to look at herself too throughout all this. I mean, she's saying some pretty inflammatory things and then say, oopsie, I didn't mean it. Come on. You got to take some responsibility for that. Then Bryant Kennedy, he with the good eyes, criminalist for the New Hampshire Forensic Biology Unit, and he was a serologist. He only had one item to take care of, and that was to swab 3 hash browns, to which he did. Handed that off to a lab. It was a DNA backlog, and it was in a secure location, and that was held for a DNA analyst. And then one of the best lines was, Starbranch said, no further questions for Cross, and the judge said, no further questions, I didn't even hear one. Then they ended for the day. So, all right, so I know you guys are asking for day 3. I'm going to break here because I have some other work I have to work on. I have a client. I have a couple clients I have to work on. So I'm going to do that. But I think I'm going to crash and burn tomorrow. So Friday, we're going to do day 3, day 4, day 5, and day 6. I know that sounds like a lot, but it's all kind of, there's a verdict watch in there. There's a verdict, which means 6 hours of verdict watch, but it only boils down to like a half hour. So I think I'm going to do all those days, and then I'm going to try and find then we'll see what we're going to do for next week. But we'll definitely do. Yeah, I've got some good trials lined up for next week too, so don't worry about that. So do you guys have any questions? Anything? So Father, yes. So let me pull up. I can pull up some questions here, guys. Let me see. Father, even if a woman says that they need therapy, doesn't give the man to actually do it. Yes, I agree, Father, 100%. No means no. I agree. She needs. Okay, I think actually OnlyFans said it best. It's like she's morally wrong, he's legally wrong, or in the wrong. So she definitely did some questionable, morally wrong things, by leading him on. But why would you not finish the damn hash browns? And 3 of them too. There are 3. Did I find the Harwick trial? No, but I've got 2 other really good ones lined up. Possibly a 3rd one. We got some good ones coming up. I'm gonna leave it at that. Who's Harwick though? Give me a first name. Let's see. Anything else? Anything else, guys? Oh, morally wrong to some. Yes, morally wrong to some. Yeah, Amy Harwick. Okay, Amy Harwick. All right, let me write that down. Amy Harwick. Let's check her out. Yeah, I've got three really good ones. One, and the thing with these, you guys have to understand is that you got to find a clean stream, and it has to be the whole trial. It can't just be one day or half a day, because unfortunately that's what happens a lot. Oh, where are my stickers? Baker, where are you when I need you? Where are my stickers? Damn it. All right, let me just grab this. All right, Harwick. What's her name? Amy Harwick. All right, I'll look that up. Because I'm not sure what's starting in January. I had Wagner starting in January, but then I was talking to Florida PI Sam, and she said during some other trials of the family members, it would be just black. You couldn't hear them, you couldn't see them. There's no audio, no video either. So, okay, Father, we talked about it because it's a stalker case that went differently. Okay, all right. Again, these are great suggestions. If I can find a clean stream, no commentator like myself talking over it, and it's the whole trial, and it's good audio and good video. I found some really good cases of like 4 days, and like 2 or 3 of them were great, and then the 4th day, the defendant gets up on stand, and then they don't have it. I can't find it. There was one, this snake murder. This woman, she was a snake wrangler. Her husband was a snake wrangler, and she had him off. I thought, oh my God, that'd be so cool. But she gets on the stand, and I couldn't find it. One of the only trials LA actually allowed to be streamed. All right, if I can find it. Another channel called Veilhammer Media puts out a lot up, redoes the audio. Okay, all right, I'll check into them. Veilhammer. That's the thing. If you guys make these suggestions, I follow up on them, and not every one of them is solid because. Either somebody's talking over them, the audio is low, that's not the full trial, it's not the full day, that kind of thing. So, oh, you have the transcripts to Jake Wagner? Yeah, his testimony. Yeah. So anyway, Wagner starts January 5th, 6th, 3rd, something like that. So I would love to cover it, and I will. I mean, we'll try it. But if they go black with testimony and it's just no audio, no video, I'm going to pull the plug and go somewhere else, because that will really, really be really a bummer if people get up on the stand and we can't hear them, and then it's just black. Cool. Oh yeah, no problem. We appreciate you looking so thoroughly at these other trials. Yeah, I've got a whole book of trials to watch. So, Gwen, appreciate it. Yeah. Well, once trial season kicks back in, Gwen, we're gonna plan to go to Stephen Stearns. I couldn't think of his last name there. We're planning on going to Stearns, actually physically being there like we did with Sarah Boone. So we're looking forward to that. And in the meantime, we've got some good ones coming up next year. But for now, we got some really great rewatches as well. So, all right. Well, on that, guys.
Redirect.
Oh, okay. We're going to redirect you over to RA. You put it in already? All right. We're going to go do a raid on RA's podcast. I guess he's doing was it weather? Oh, at 2 o'clock. All right, so at 2 o'clock, I'll hang out for a little bit until 2. Yeah, we'll send you guys over to RA. He's doing a podcast with Weather. Is it Weather Watch?
Yes.
Yeah,
Not Relevant.
Yeah, the Not Relevant podcast. If you guys want to go listen to RA, and definitely make sure that you guys say you're coming over from us, because he's giving us raids, and we'll go give him a raid. So yeah, tomorrow I will start streaming. I'd say probably 9. I'll do 9 o'clock. And we're going to pick up on day 3, and it looks like we're going to go. I'm going to crash and burn, and we'll do it. Although I don't think it's going to be a 12-hour day or 10-hour day. I think it might only be maybe a 6 or 7-hour day. But we will have a full day of rewatch for you on Friday. So definitely check us out then. And then New Year's Eve, it's Aaron and I's anniversary, and I think we're going to do what we did for Christmas Eve. Yeah, we're going to stream again. We're going to have some special guests on. Hopefully, we can have some more fun and games with Therapist You Know. If you guys saw our Christmas Eve special, that was a blast. We had so much fun with you guys. So I think, mods, this might be the first time you're hearing about this. Sorry. But Therapist You Know, if you want to join us again, and Julie, if you want to join us, whoever we're gonna have some special guests and some friends and we're gonna do that New Year's Eve again. So for now, we're gonna pick up day 3 through 6 tomorrow at 9 Eastern, which would be Friday. And definitely want to thank. Oh yes, Jenny, thank you. Well, we can put this up. Yes, thank you, Aaron. Thank you to all our mods. Yay, games. Yes, therapist. OnlyFan. One of our great mods, Julie. Fantastic mod for us. Who else was in our chat with our? Was Brett in today? I don't know if Brett was in. Brett, if you were in, thank you for being with us. He's another one of our great mods. So let's see. We got anything else going on? Oh, feel better, guys. Yeah, a couple of you aren't feeling well from either sick or throwing out your back, lifting heavy equipment. There's Brat. Yay, Brat. Yes. Join us over at RA's. Thank you, Brat, for joining us. And if you guys like what you see, please support us. We are on Patreon, Buy a Cup of Coffee, Venmo. Follow us on Twitter. We're on Facebook as well. We appreciate you all and love you all, love your support. And I'm going to close this. I'll talk for a little bit longer.
Yeah, they've got like a minute and a half.
Yeah. Okay. I'll stall. Stretch it out. You're sick from sleeping too much. Oh, now that stinks. How does your family react to you being sick? Are you left alone, or are you still expected to do things? OnlyFan. Sometimes it's nice to just be by yourself when you're sick, but other times it's nice to have your family around to help you out. And I'm gonna reach out to Nick Starro to see what he did. I think he said he worked this trial from the back to the verdict backwards. So thank you, lovely Beth. Really appreciate that you're here, and thank you for that. Nope. They leave you alone and you sulk in your room. Oh, that's so sweet. January 4th is your wedding anniversary. Fantastic. Good for you. What was I saying? What was I talking about?
Sulking in his room.
Yeah, sulking in your room, being sick. No. Oh, Nick Starro. Yeah, so I think he took this case and he went from the verdict and he worked his way back. So that to me sounds really interesting. So I definitely want to talk to Nick about that. So I don't know, Nick, if you're still in there, but I'll shoot you an email, and I think that'd be really cool to hear your perspective, and then talk to you on a recap. So maybe next week, if you're around, we could do it maybe Monday. I'll see where we stand on Friday, but I'll shoot you a text and we'll give you a heads up. Oh, December 31st is your birthday. Oh, well, happy early birthday, Shirley. We will definitely give you a shout out on New Year's Eve. And please join us. We'll be doing a live. I think we're going to start at 4 Eastern. So I don't know, what is that, about 10 o'clock your time, Shirley? I'm not quite sure. But, yeah. Well, thank you, little miss. Put up with you every day. Thank you. Thank you for being in our chat every day. Appreciate it. So tomorrow we will start 9 o'clock Eastern. We'll pick up and we'll finish. We're gonna go through this trial, so we'll finish it up Friday. And then Monday I'll have, hopefully we'll do a recap with Nick, and I'll have some more treats for you. I've got at least 3 really cool trials. I found one of them. No, I think I found 2. One for sure I have complete, ready to go. And actually I was going to run that this time, but I thought it was a little too brutal to do over Christmas. Then I've got this other trial I just found out about, and now I got a 3rd trial, this Amy Harwick. 1, 2. Yeah, so I got okay. So yeah, we got some good trials that we can rewatch, guys. Some really, really fun trials. So looking forward to all of that. Gwen, you're in the UK. Lots of late night streams, I am sure. Yeah. So when we're going to 5, 6 o'clock our time, it's like midnight your time. Jenny, you say when you're sick, your husband gets ticked off and isn't the nicest. Yeah, that's the worst. You know, you want your significant other to be supportive and you know, that stinks. They're not mad at you. Lovely Beth. So many illnesses. I know I mentioned earlier that hospitals are going to masks near me. I'm encouraging my retail friends to consider it. Yeah, that's, I haven't heard that. Is it just flu? I guess it's just flu, but COVID now is a part of that, unfortunately.
I don't know where they are.
All right.
Supposed to start at 2.
Looks like RA is late.
Keep refreshing.
Well, we can send people over, I guess. And, yeah,
I got nothing.
I know. Flu, COVID, and RSV. Yeah. It's just that time of year, unfortunately. Oh, Gilly Bud, are you with us? Did you pop in? I'm wrapping up the day here. Gonna go get some lunch, and then yeah. Don't tell RA he's late. Don't tease us like that, RA. We're trying to send you over some peeps. No, it's all good. I'm sure he'll come on soon. Boxing Day. Is it Boxing Day? Yeah, it's Boxing Day in Canada and the UK. Does Australia do Boxing Day? I think they probably do it as well. Do we do Boxing Day? We just do Return Your Gift That You Don't Like Day, which I guess is the same thing. So Jenny, you had that. It was worse than COVID. Oof. Yeah, that stinks. Respiratory illnesses can get scary quick. That they can, especially if you're compromised in any way, shape, or form. Not good. Not good. Well, you know, you guys just take care of yourselves. You know what to do. Get lots of rest and do all the vitamin C, vitamin D if you can. I always find that and zinc. Zinc for me is a bit. As soon as I start to feel just the remote tiniest of anything, I just take some zinc, and that seems to really, really help me. All right. Well, we will shoot you over to RA. I'm not sure if he's.
I don't know what's going on. He's always on time.
I know. And there's how many people are over there?
132.
He's got 132 people over there. All right.
So, we tried.
All right. Well, we'll send you guys over there if you want to hang out with him. That's cool. If not, that's cool too. Has anybody else got anything going on?
I don't think so.
Anybody else live? Anybody else live? Let's see. Who else is out there? Too bad Baker's not live again. We'd send you back to him. Yeah, local honey. That I agree with that. Let me pull that up. Where's Gilly Pud? That's weird. It's not showing up. Yeah, Joe Schmob. Be interesting to rewatch the Delphi trial. Oh wait, that wasn't even televised. Yeah. You're right. Now we can't ever watch that. Is this for us, therapist? Is it? That would be 17 years. We met 20 years ago in November, and I told that story on Christmas, and then we got married 3 years later. So that would be 17 years for us. Gillyput, I'm trying to pull up your thing about the honey. And I agree with you. Yeah, the local honey is supposed to be like a really great antibiotic, antiseptic. Yeah. Oh, Dwayne, somebody gave you the ugliest tie?
They're live.
Okay. All right, looks like RA is kicking in. Thank you guys for joining us. We love you all. Let's go do an RA raid. Join us tomorrow, which would be Friday, and Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern. All right. Love you guys. Take care. We'll see you then. Bye.